Alrighty then. We got the stream up. We got it on the right YouTube stream. Very impressed with myself. I know it's a bit of a shocker, but we're going to be on Last Epoch again today because, well, I'm having fun. So we're playing Last Epoch because I'm having fun. So let's go run amok. Muck, 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 muck. So what we need to do here is we're level 75, but we're way up in the level 90 zones. And the reason for that is we're playing a super OP build. Um, it's the Forge Guard. Oop, speaking of which, gotta bring out my little duder. On out, little duder. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're playing a little Vengeance. A little, auto-cast Javelin. And, hey, what's up, Drat? Yeah, sorry I wasn't here yesterday. I just needed a day. And I ended up playing Last Epoch all day. And I got a character back up. So we are cruising. Back up here on maps. Or on monoliths, I guess. Proper terminology. And yeah, it's all going really well. I am way tankier. I have 70% armor mitigation when I'm in my combat. I've got 98% block chance. I've got 48% block effectiveness, which means a block stops 48% of damage. So every hit, I am just super reducing damages. And yeah, we gotta finish up getting all of our resists up and try and get a little more HP because we've only got about 2k HP. I'd like to get that back up to where we were before, where we were pushing 3k. And then I think after that it'll just be about refining damage and stuff like that with some high-end stuff, some high-end gear. We should be good to go. But the way this Vengeance skill works is it's that spear attack that I'm doing where I just stick out my spear. And when I do that, prepare to riposte. And the riposte is just me attacking the nearest thing to me whenever an enemy hits me. And so I just go get in the big middle of some shit and I start swinging my stick around. And whenever anything hits me, nearest thing to me just kind of gets murdered. Sometimes these ranged enemies are a little hard, but I can just self-cast my javelin. So that works fine. But, yeah, so I have 3 reposts per attack. So every time I attack one time, I can repost 3 times. So my relatively slowest attack speed isn't really hurting me. And then I have attached to that, I have a unique spear called the Phalanx that whenever I repost, I also cast Javelin. So that's those spears that are raining down from the sky is actually the Javelin skill. And that's my primary source of damage. And then also, while I'm using Vengeance, there's that little glow that expands on the ground there. And that's my healing hand skill. And so I use that skill, heal myself and my little golem. And I'm wearing a unique armor that makes that little golem take 23% of the damage that I take. So he's just another little extra layer of defense and security. But his build actually works super well, you'll see, against these elites and stuff. It's an insanely strong single target. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with the Golem. The Golem's AI is really good too. I was a little worried that he wasn't going to live very well, and I was going to constantly be recasting him, and I really don't like to click a lot of buttons. I like to click as few buttons as I possibly can. But he's really smart, and he'll always attack something. So if I run by enemies, he'll just pick something to attack. But you'll see if I come over here and I start attacking this enemy over here, he moves over to get next to me and start attacking like the same stuff I'm attacking. And that's really great because that keeps him in range of my healing hands. So my healing hands isn't just healing me, it's healing him too. So I'm kind of getting to double dip on the healing hands because his health pool is also kind of my health pool. So I'm sort of healing two separate health pools that I'm drawing from at the same time. So it makes the efficiency of my healing and my damage taking way, way higher. He does have the ability to get a taunt. I decided not to get the taunt because if enemies aren't hitting me, then my spears don't come down automatically. So if I was just doing a self cast on the javelins, not trying to auto cast them by taking hits, then I probably, let's see if I can get him to come. Yeah, see, he runs all the way around because he came over here to fight these guys. And then when I started fighting these guys over here, he ran all the way around to make sure he was over here next to me so that he could fight what was fighting me. But just super good AI. Yeah, they did a super good job. I know that there were some issues with some of the AI in the past, or some of the minion builds. They just were really, really difficult to use because the AI didn't quite do what you would expect it to do. But just this is my only experience with minions in this game. I don't typically play minion builds. It's not really an interesting playstyle to me. So I always just stick to things that I cast myself or I do myself. But yeah, I mean, I'm just so freaking tanky. I mean, look at that. 98% block chance, 71 armor mitigation, 54 block effectiveness. So I am mitigating like all but 15% of the damage that these enemies are putting out right now. I'm just super tanky. And we're not, you know, this armor piece only has like 74 armor. Yeah. So, oh, what's up, Damien? So there have been, that I know of, two Uber Aberoth kills. They happened yesterday, Damien. At about, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock at night. So a little over 12 hours ago. But there were a ton of people dying last night trying to push Uber Aberoth because people started killing it. And just all the people at the top were getting murked. But I don't know if the people who have completed Uber Aberoth are even participating in the race or if they're even eligible. I know one of them was a streamer, Udijo, and I don't know if he's eligible for the race or not, or if he was just racing because that's what people do. Every new season in PoE, whether there's a prize or not, right? People are racing on hardcore solo self-found and standard to see who can get the first kill. So I don't know what the status of the race is. I keep looking a couple of times a day. I get on the internet and I go try and find out some information about the status of the prizes and stuff, and I get nothing. I can't find anything. I don't even know where to look at this point. So I'm just playing. I'm just gonna do my thing. I'm gonna try and get to Uber Aberoth and kill him. I think this build really has a chance. Get there as fast as we can. We'll keep, trying to push things, and we will see. It's an extremely hard fight. There are an extremely small number of builds that people are saying even seem to be capable of winning the fight because he's just so overwhelmingly strong. So, yeah, I really don't know. Meanwhile, I'm just running around on Once Human exploring to finish the map. Heck yeah, dude.
Ah, yes.
No, no longer a spinny fire circle build. Spinny fire circle guy got killed day before yesterday. That's why I wasn't streaming yesterday, because I was mad. I was in my feels about losing my character. Yeah. You might be about to see this character die. I'm going to finish up this quest right here. And then I'm going to do this boss for this monolith and hopefully a harbinger. So, yeah, you may be about to see me get nuked. I don't think I'll die. Pretty sure I'm strong enough to survive, but you never really know. Waiting, downloading D4 just to see what kind of story it has since I played 1 through 3. I mean, if you're just interested in the story, I wouldn't buy a... Let's go look up the story. Learn about it. Dude I was just watching play this just died to some giant crab boss. Tentacles on a small platform. Yeah, that's lagging. That's the dude I died to. That's where I lost my spinny fire guy at. Dragon kills a lot of dudes. That guy's a dickhead. Yeah, Void Knight. Void Knight is extremely popular because a lot of Void Knight skills scale off of Vitality for their damage. And Vitality also scales your health. So, especially in hardcore, Void Knight is an extremely popular option. I think people really, really underestimated the strength of Forge Guard for this season, though. There is so much armor in Forge Guard. I just feel fucking invincible right now. And my DPS is pretty low. I've only got an average 3,300 DPS. I'm just murking stuff. So the thing that I'm doing, so the reason I died to lagging is I got backed into a corner and I'm too stupid to dash out because that requires mouse accuracy and also quick buttoning. So I've switched how I'm going to start dodging attacks, and by that I mean I'm not going to dodge attacks anymore. I'm going to face tank them, and that's what my Q skill, or the first skill on my little bar down there, is. It's called Rebuke, and Rebuke puts you in this little orb, and you just start taking hits. And so it reduces the damage I take by 80% while the orb is on. And I can hold it for about 2 seconds. So, and then I have 2 charges, so I can ultimately hold it for 4 seconds. So as long as there's not 4 seconds of just super crazy damage going on, I can pretty much survive anything. Because I have all of my other defensive stats, right? All of my block, all of my health, all of my armor. I'll have all of my resistances. And then whatever that brings the damage that I take down to, I will then take only 80% of that, or only 20% of that. So I'm basically making myself immune to one-shots and immune to Lagan kills you a lot of times by that spray beam move, because it does just a ton of damage over time. It happens really, really fast, and it's really hard to actually get defenses for damage over time damage, so you really kind of have to dodge that skill every time or you die. And I'm too dumb for that. So yeah, the white beam that he kind of strafes across the play space. He's got 3 moves that he tells you that he's going to use 3 different moves based on what he does with his eye. So if his eye turns red and he like wags his head back and forth a little bit, that means he's going to do the super murdery strafe skill. If he keeps his head above the keeps his head above the ledge and just stays still and his eye turns red, then that means he's going to use his big moon slam, which is just that AoE slam that happens where the little disc of light appears on the ground. And then if he drops his head below the ledge and comes back up with his eye red, then he's going to shoot a lightning beam straight at you. And it's not really that big of a damage move. So all you really have to block is, or dodge, is his strafe skill and the big moon slam. Once you block those 2 things, you're pretty much home free. He's a cool fight. He's just an extremely hard fight. Primarily because there aren't really any good ways to get damage over time damage mitigation. So those damage over time skills just beat ass. Yeah, I just took all of this dude's attack. I don't even give a fuck, dude. What are you gonna do about it? You can't even pretend to hurt me.
Cannot do that. Cannot do. Cannot do that. Cannot do that.
It's really just about finagling around the stats on my build right now, though. And just making sure that I cap out those resistances. And, hey, level up. Once I get the reses capped out, we're kind of golden.
Cannot do that.
Yeah, I got here much faster. I played for about 12 hours yesterday. This is how far I got. This character. I played more than that, but the first character I made died. And all the characters I made the day before died. Right, a little more HP. Hey, we over 2K. There it is. Let's go back to the freaking town. And then let's get one more level on our skills here. I've been doing a lot of frailty and armor shred too. So frailty reduces the damage that enemies deal by 6% and stacks up to 3 times. So I'm boosting this frailty chance. Yeah, this character already passed Lagan. I will fight Lagan again, Damien, because Lagan is the boss of this spot right here. Yeah, pretty sure Lagan is the boss of ending the storm here. And so I am going to have to fight him again. Yeah, so there's Lagan is one of the bosses in the storyline. You fight him at the end of Act 8. And so 800 HP is right about where you'd normally be at. Those of us who are racing typically don't beat Act 8 first because Lagan is such a difficult boss. And he does a lot of little chip damage and stuff in there. And so you can kind of get yourself into a bad position if your build isn't online and you're not, doing your sustain and stuff like that. So most of us skip that boss, come straight here to maps. We do these low tier 58 maps until we get to maybe 50 or 55 or 60, and then we'll go back and kill Lagan real fast. When we have like 1200 HP and more sustain and better damage and stuff like that, and we'll just burst through that fight. think I have more than enough frailty. I think we'll get some more armor shred. For the healing hands, healing hands also grants wars to allies based on your increased healing effectiveness and on increased healing effectiveness from this tree. Or let's give some ward. I'm really not. I don't know anything about the golem. The golem just kind of became this afterthought ad. So this is the golem tree, and the golem tree has a lot of stuff. Each of these four sides here. So this is your armor, and this is giving bonus stats to your golem based on your armor. And I actually probably shouldn't be using the armor because my armor is crap, right? Because I'm using that legendary. So I probably don't want to even be doing this. But then you've got your helmet, you've got your gloves, and then you've got your boots. And so you can give him different stuff by going down these different trees for your different equipment. Like I went down here and I gave him a whirlwind attack so that he attacks in an area. But since I'm doing that, I probably should... down in the lower left, this is all just a bunch of like fire damage stuff. So this is just making... making the guy do more damage. Like ignite things and stuff. Which is great, but he's not really a DPS minion, I don't think. And especially he's not a DPS minion for my purposes. So what I probably should have done is instead of coming up here this way and giving him all this shield stuff, probably should have come down this way and gotten him to use slows, right? So manifested armor has a chance to slow attacking enemies when hit. So slow reduces their movement speed by 20%, which is super great. Yeah, so I really probably need to look into some of this stuff and maybe change what it is I'm doing. And I may just end up respecking this guy to see what else I can do with him. And then, so this is my skill that I use for defense. And I went down this tree. So this is just some bonus healing stuff that happens in there. But the thing that I'm most concerned about is, you'll see here, you have more armor. When you're in rebuke, you have elemental damage taken minus 60% while you're in rebuke. And then you've got the ability to persist these buffs after rebuke is over. So I can keep these buffs for like a second and a half after rebuke is over. So even if I don't quite hit the thing right, I'll still get a bunch of damage reduction. And that'll keep me alive in bad situations, give me a little time to start attacking again, and get some of that sustain back online. But rebuke is just such a hugely tanky skill. And I don't even know what I'm going to spend this point on. I already have so much armor shred. Super bubble for the win. We're going to get a little armor shred here. Before we go into this boss, I'm actually going to go use the restroom here real quick, because trying not to pee is a great way to get yourself killed. So I'll be right back. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, this is the Three Brothers boss fight, where you gotta fight those three little fire dudes inside the pit. Yeah, it is. And because I've already gotten to Empowered Echoes on another character, I'm pretty sure that I just have to beat one boss. So it's possible that after I beat this boss, we are going to be thrown into a Harbinger fight. There we go. This is what I wanted. Was to group a couple of these dudes up. And then I'm just going to stand here. Last time I was here, y'all saw I tried to dodge all of these attacks. We're not going to do that this time. We're just going to stand in some shit. So that I can get hit. So that I can drop my stuff. As long as I'm standing close enough that I'm inside that little orb of light that's healing me, should pretty much stay alive forever. Let's attack this one over here. I'm trying to get them all kind of at similar health totals, because when we kill one of them, they do like a big ol' AoE. And they just stand there AoEing. So I want to try and get them kind of close. I don't know if that AoE is just a degen, or if that big ol' AoE will take a hit. If it's going to take a hit, then this is going to be hilariously easy. But as we sit in here, we've got capped out fire resists, but we're sitting at, you know, a bouncing amount of block, but it bounces all the way up to 98%. Then we've got that 70% armor mitigation, which is lower when it's blocking. Okay, I need to switch targets here. It does less armor mitigation when it's blocking a elemental attack. So it only does like 50% to elemental, but it's still blocking a huge amount of this damage, and that's on top of the 75% resist I already have. But yeah, so this just goes, oh, yeah, one of them's down. So now he's doing that weird AoE thing, and he drops little explosions on me. The explosions are fine. The explosions are going to help me. We're going to trigger my attack. Looks like we're on the last one here. This actually went way better than I expected. I assumed that I was going to have to dodge ever. Yep, we are going to get the Harbinger. Okay. This Harbinger is going to be a little bit difficult. I want to see if I can eat this. Definitely can't eat that. Okay. That's like the big scary move right there, that purple move. So the fact that I can just eat that is pretty dope. I can eat that big smash, so I don't really have to do anything to this Harvey. I think I can kind of just stand here and DPS him. My DPS isn't going great here because he's a much slower attack speed. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just chill in this. And then if I really wanted to, right, I could like go into my bubble here, and then I didn't take, you know how my health was normally like jumping? My health didn't really jump right there. Go back into the bubble, nice. I'm mostly gonna go ahead and bubble when that happens because that's like the most dangerous attack. And I wanna practice bubbling because I haven't really had to do it because my build is just so freaking tanky that so far everything I've been fighting, I've just been face tanking and eating all of the damage. And I'm so used to like moving out of mechanics that I start to try and move out of mechanics a lot. And I need to get really used to just holding the bubble and not moving out of the mechanics. This is super fun. This is how you tank through this game right here. Just stand here, kill everything. Don't have to move, don't have to care. I don't think I've lost more than about 300 hit points at any point in this fight. Yeah, that's exactly right, Drat, and I don't have any muscle memory for Bubble right now. This fight is taking a while. Again, it's not triggering my javelins very much, so I could speed the fight up if I weave in some regular javelin throws. But that does hurt my tankiness a little bit because a lot of my tankiness comes from hitting with this, and my attack speed is faster if I don't weave in the javelin, so I need to be attacking with vengeance to get the healing hands to be going off. So we could speed this up. And most other people probably would. But it's not an absolute necessity. You know, we're gonna win this fight. And the difference in winning this fight, you know, 2 minutes faster doesn't really change anything, right? That's not going to drastically improve the amount of time it takes me to get to Uber Aberoth, but it does make me slightly less sustainable and slightly less tanky, which means there's slightly more of a chance that something bad could happen. And we have a guaranteed win here, as long as we just sit here and keep smacking this dude. So we don't want to do things that are going to give up our guaranteed win. No reason. So do I want, if I get 170 armor, my armor scaling is insane. So either 170 armor or some more endurance. 12% endurance means that when I get below 400 hit points here, I would actually take 48% less damage. And so I could maybe up this endurance threshold and then make myself even tankier for a larger period of time. Or I could get some more armor and make myself tankier all the time. But I think we want to go up the endurance. I think that's a good... Yeah. taking 48% less damage whenever I'm in a bad spot. Never seen this unique before. Fire damage, chance to shred armor, 100% chance to use Earthquake after using a non-channeled movement ability. Earthquake is converted to fire. 100% of armor shred chance converted to ignite chance for Earthquake. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool. All right. Good deal. Got our first Harvey kill out of the way.
How are you still alive? Oh, and Traveler. You'll need to fight them in empowered timelines. I hope to see you back here soon.
I didn't know this last time, but now we can go ahead in here and check. So our item faction is the Circle of Fortune. That's what we've always been doing with farming the uniques and stuff like that. But we also have these endgame factions. We have the Woven faction, which is the faction for all of those tomes with all the spiders and stuff like that. We get Weaver points as we kill more and more of those things. And we can open up our Weaver tree here. This is how we do all this. But then also, we have the Forgotten Knights. And the Forgotten Knights faction is all about killing these Harbingers. So, okay. So every time you kill one of the Harbingers, you get another level here. And there's 10 Harbingers, so after you kill the 10th one, you get all the way to level 10 here. And each of these little areas is going to increase, usually your loot as it pertains to the Nemesis. Those little dudes with the 4 items are a part of this Harbinger mechanic. So now we have, because we've killed one. Yo, what up, Gravy? So because we've killed one, we have a plus 40% chance for Nemesis items to include an Egg of the Forgotten. That's the one where we get to put... I don't think the Weaver area is primarily poison damage, but it might be. Honestly, I haven't noticed what type of damage it is, Drat. Why did I hide? I didn't hide anything, dude. It's just out there on the open internet. What are you talking about? But yeah, so done with that. Now, good, I'm glad. Have you been having fun with your spin to win playstyle? Nice. That's a very good combination of skills. All right, let's go to the Empowered Echoes here. Gonna have to be a little careful. Empowered Echoes get really strong really fast because you're going from level 90 to level 100 with 100 corruption. So we're gonna take this first fight kind of quiet and kind of calm, and we're gonna see how our defenses stack up. Yeah, that was a good fight. We were gaining, so the metric that I usually use is whether or not I'm gaining ward during a fight, which is that number above my health bar here. It's this blue stuff. The reason I use that as sort of a metric is because I gain ward on block. And so if I'm gaining ward in a fight, what that basically means is I'm getting hit for less ward than I gain, and I only gain about 30 ward every time I get hit. So I'm gaining tons and tons of ward here from all these hits. So I am definitely taking less than 30 on an average hit here. Which means that basically they can't kill me hitting me that hard. Right? You have to hit me for more than my ward gain to do anything to my health. But I'm up to 600 ward now. We're just cruising on ward right now. We're getting tons. So none of these enemies are hitting me hard enough, and there's tons of enemies hitting me. So I'm fairly safe here. Now, we haven't run into any of the bigger enemies yet. This seems like just strictly a small enemy map. So this isn't the only type of fights we'll be getting into. But so far everything seems to be running really well. I want to get the flame thing. I have so many weapons that do increase fire damage and stuff, but I don't know how to build up to it. You mean to be able to make your warpath into fire? Is that what you're talking about, Gravy? Yeah, probably. The swords I have says plus this much percent increased fire damage and stuff, but I don't do any fire damage. Okay. So let's take a look at the Warpath skill real quick. If you look in here, this is your Warpath skill tree. And down on this side, you have like stat debuffs and a big end of the fight slash and some stuff like that. Down on this side, you've got like all of your fire type stuff. Up on this side, you've got all your void type stuff. And over on this side, you've got all your just regular physical damage style stuff. So if you take a look at this node specifically right here, Warpath's base physical damage is converted to fire. Consequently, this damage scales with increases to fire damage, but not increases to physical damage. Bleed chance from all sources is converted to ignite for Warpath, swaps Warpath's physical tag for a fire tag. So you have a weapon that just does base melee damage. So typically, when you just have a normal thing like that, right, it says base melee damage, that is whatever damage type that the skill you're using is. So when you go in and you do your Warpath, and you convert it to fire, your base weapon damage will just be fire damage. So it's more about, in this game, it's not about necessarily the damage that your weapon does, so much as it is about the damage that you've chosen for your skill. Now, you can specifically get like plus to cold damage, plus to fire damage, like you have plus to fire damage percent on your weapons, and so those wouldn't benefit this fire warpath. But any physical damage that you have and any fire damage that you have, if you select this node right here, will be converted to only fire damage when you're using Warpath. And most of the skills that have conversions do that. They'll take whatever the primary attribute of the skill is, and then convert all instances of that across your entire character into a new skill. So if you were like on a mage and using a fireball, there might be an option inside of that skill tree to turn it into an ice ball instead. And because fire is the primary attribute of that skill, then it would just take all of the fire damage that you've got, all your spell fire damage, and turn it into spell cold damage instead. And so for Warpath, the primary attribute is physical. When do you unlock Void Knight, Paladin, and stuff? When you get to the end of time, which will happen at about level 20. it'll be a part of your quest line. You literally can't miss it. I just picked up something weird. Not. You can't miss it. It's literally a part of your quest line. So as you're going through your quests, you'll talk to a person that says, choose a profession or whatever, and it'll pop up on your screen. So you literally can't miss it. Is one better than the other? Right now, arguably Void Knight is the best one. Are you playing softcore or are you playing hardcore? Softcore died in hardcore. Nice. There you go. So arguably, right now, Void Knight is the most popular in softcore. Something like 52% of softcore characters are Void Knights right now. And that's not just softcore characters that are playing the Sentinel class. That's all softcore characters. 50% of them are Void Knights. Which is insane, if I'm being honest. But Void Knight is just a really tanky, really high DPS class because a lot of its damage scales off of Vitality, and Vitality also scales your health. So as long as you get some good life leech or life gained on hit or something like that, then you can just kind of tank through everything with Void Knight. I personally really love Paladin. I've also been having, this is the first time I've ever made a Forge Guard character. I'm actually having a blast playing Forge Guard right now. So I think they're all pretty good. Just look at their skills and see what you want to have as like your secondary and tertiary skills. Forging potential is how you craft items. I'll give you a little tutorial on that here in just a couple of seconds. Let me just get the map. Take you through on that. But your forging potential just is an expression of how much you have the ability to craft on a certain item. This little doggy's pretty tough. Again, I could speed this up, but I noticed I was kind of losing a little health when I sped this up earlier. A little hesitant. Could just start spamming the spear on my own, but I don't want to die. Go ahead and trigger this. I am incredibly happy with this build right now. It has moved so smoothly into empowered monoliths. We're a little weak on the damage output. Definitely need to pick that up a little. That's okay. As long as we're alive, then we have the ability to get more damage. We don't stop having the ability to build up our damage until we're dead, so... Want to build up mana. So most of your skills on the Sentinel trees pretty much all have reduced mana cost nodes. And instead of building up mana, you should probably just go ahead and use those reduced mana cost nodes. And then just not use any mana. You'll see I can sit here and cast this. Unless I'm casting Javelin on its own, none of my skills actually take mana. So I can just sit here and attack all day. And I don't use up any mana. And the reason that's important is, you know, when a lot of the Sentinel stuff is about sustain through attacking. So if you ever come to a point where you run out of mana and you can't keep attacking, usually you die. So it's best just to make it so you can't ever run out. But let's talk a little bit about crafting. So you can get to the crafting screen just by pressing F anytime. You don't actually have to walk up to the forger thing here. You press F and you'll take an item and you'll see this has 39 forging potential. So the way items work is this is the tier of this bonus right here. So you'll see that this is the armor bonus. It has tier 4. And when we look in here, down on the bottom there, that 35% increased armor is what correlates with this right here. So it could be up to 39%. It could be as low as 33% because there's a range. But this is at 35. Normally, these substats can go up to tier 5. This one is tier 6, but it has to drop tier 6 or tier 7. That's called an exalted item. You cannot level them up beyond tier 5. So if I wanted to, I could use an armor shard, which is something I get through shattering, and I'll talk to you about that in a sec. But I would use an armor shard, and then I would use a glyph. So the armor shards correspond specifically to the bonus, right? So this shard right here can only give me bonus to armor, and I can show you the whole list of shards here. Look at any affix. This is the currently applied shards, right? So I have these 4 stats are currently applied to this item. And then this is the entire list of every other stat that could possibly exist on this item that I have shards for. And it tells you if it's a prefix or if it's a suffix. So the way items work is every item can have up to 4 affixes. And that's those things, right? 46 mana, 5 attunement, 24% increased health, 35% increased armor. Those are affixes. You get 2 suffixes and 2 prefixes. And the reason they're called prefix and suffix is because the name of the item is actually changed based on these stats. So if you look up here, you'll see that this purple item is called a mana-fused apocalypse plate of the ox. So it's taking the highest tier stat of the prefix, which is the mana stat, and it's giving it the name mana fused. And then it's taking the highest tier suffix, which is the health stat, and it's calling it of the ox. So this is just an apocalypse plate, but because it's got tier 4 mana, it's mana fused, and because it's got tier 6 increased health, it's of the ox. So I get mana fused apocalypse plate of the ox. And so that's what the prefixes and suffixes are for. So you'll see over here, these are your 2 prefixes, these are your 2 suffixes, and you can actually sort this by prefix and suffix, so that you only see one or the other. So these are all the suffixes that can happen, these are all the prefixes that can happen. It does, absolutely gravy. And I'm just kind of giving you an overview. So that's how you choose, right? If you have empty slots, you can add. So these are full right now, but if I had an item, this one only has 3. Right, so this only has 1 prefix and 2 suffixes. So I could choose, right? I could pick any of the prefixes. I could put it in here. Like if I wanted melee damage, bam, I could just add melee damage. And so the other thing is whenever you pick a shard that determines what you're adding or what you're improving, you also pick a glyph, and each of these glyphs have a slightly different use. This glyph right here just gives you a chance not to waste forging potential. This glyph changes the stat to a random different stat. This glyph prevents the roll of an affix within its range changing. So if you had a really high tier affix, or not a high tier affix, an affix that was at the peak of its range, like this melee, for example, the range on this melee is 21 to 26, and this one says it's plus 26. So if I could upgrade this, then I could use that glyph to make sure that it stayed at the peak of its range, which is really cool. You've got the Glyph of Despair, which I don't have any anymore, which will actually seal the affix off so that it can no longer be changed. But you can have up to 5 affixes that way. Because this affix just kind of like goes over here by itself. And then this is a new glyph that just changes everything about the item. Except for the affix that you're upgrading. And then you also have runes, which do crazy stuff. The 2 runes that you really need to worry yourself about right now, though, are the Rune of Shattering. The Rune of Shattering will destroy this item and then give you fragments at random of the stats available on it. So if I shatter this, I got 1 melee void, 5 chance to shred armor, and 3 chance to slow on hit. So these are really important, and you only want to use your Runes of Shattering on items that have a lot of affixes that are at high tiers, because that'll give you a chance to get more, right? I can shatter this one, then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shards. But if I had shattered something that maybe only had like 3 affixes, or 3 affix tiers total, then the most I could get would only be 3 shards. You want to be using your shatters on purple items usually. And then the other one that's important is the Rune of Removal. The Rune of Removal is sort of like a scalpel. So for example, this has tier 6 Void Penetration, right? So I really want 6 Void Penetration shards, because later when I'm crafting my best item, maybe I'm going to want lots of Void Penetration. So instead of shattering and maybe only getting 1 Void Penetration shard, I'm going to use a Rune of Removal. This Rune of Removal will randomly pick an affix and give me all of the shards. Right? It removed the affix and gave me all 6 of the shards. Now I got really lucky and I hit the one that I wanted there with the +6, but it just picks one at random and gives it to you. So normally I wouldn't have gotten that lucky. You might have had to use like 2 or 3, but I'm just going to shatter the rest of that, bam, and get some. Right, so you just keep using it. And so the Rune of Shattering does not use forging potential. It's free. So if you have an item that has 0 forging potential, like if you had been crafting on these gloves and it got down to 0 forging potential and it wasn't as good as you wanted, then you could use a Rune of Shattering to recoup some of your shards. But if you're just trying to get shards, then the Rune of Removal does use forging potential, but it gives you back significantly more shards because you get 100% of the tier worth of shards. So if it hits this endurance, I get 6 endurance shards. You know, you don't have a chance to maybe only get 1, like you do with the Rune of Shattering. And so that's really important early game. You can always buy Runes of Shattering for 2,000 apiece at the shops. So if I didn't have enough Runes of Shattering, right, I might go in here and just buy a bunch. How do I get these into my crafting materials now? Ah, there we go. Transfer button. They're pretty expensive early game to buy those Runes of Shattering, but they're very, very important, especially once you get to early maps. So when you're right about level 50 and you first get to where you're going to this area right here, the Monolith of Fate, which is your first like end game content, any purple item you see, I would just shatter it, because you never know what kind of shards that you're going to want for what builds you might make in the future. And in order to use a chaos, right? So I've got these gloves in here. If I wanted this dodge rating to turn into something else, if I wanted to use a chaos glyph on it and randomly change it, I have to have a dodge rating shard. So if I don't have a dodge rating shard, then I can't change this dodge rating stat. So even if I'm not going to use dodge rating in my build, I still want a couple of these shards so that when stuff like this happens, right, this is critical strike, I like that. This is endurance, I like that. This is attunement, that could be used for my build. So these aren't great stats right now, but these are all stats that could be used for my build, except for this dodge rating stat, which is really just kind of useless to me. So if I didn't have a dodge rating shard and I couldn't take a chance and try and re-roll that, okay, now I've got poison resist. And poison resist is a great stat because I don't have maximum poison resist. Attunement is mostly for healing. If you press C, you'll see your stats up here. You have vitality, strength, dex, intelligence, and attunement. And it says right on there what they do. So each point of attunement grants 2 mana and improves skills that rely on the innate magic inside you and your surroundings. So if I go to my skills and I look at my healing hands, when you look at the tooltip, look down on the bottom of the tooltip where it says scaling tags, and it will tell you this skill scales based off of spell damage, buff damage, area damage, and attunement. I guess not buff damage, but buff. So spell, buff, area, attunement. So increased healing effectiveness, increased area of area skills. Spell damage will actually increase the healing that I get here. And then any points that I have in attunement will also scale my healing with this skill. My javelin skill is physical, throwing attack, area, strength, dexterity. Yeah, so healing hands doesn't come until you actually get the actual character classes. So you have to have 5 points in the paladin tree to be able to access healing hands. Now you can get up to this chain here. So I'm a Forge Guard. So I have access to all of the Forge Guard passives. But I can still access up to half of both the Void Knight and the Paladin skills and passives. So don't just limit yourself to what's available here, right? If you need some more HP, right? This is a really good health node right here. You know, I've got a blind node here that I'm going to take so that I get a chance to blind. So that enemies can't hit me as much. I took some good block chance here, right? There's tons of good nodes and I wanted healing hands and I might want sigils of hope later or symbols of hope later. So you'll get access to these other skills, right? You could get volatile reversal, abyssal echoes, and devouring orb, even if you were a Forge Guard. And then if you were a paladin, you could get shield throw and manifest armor, which is my big armor dude, from the Forge Guard tree, even if you were a paladin or a Void Knight. And because of that, well, so you can't unlock all of them. There's a chain in the way. So this chain right here prevents you from progressing past this point. So because I'm a Forge Guard, I can only get halfway through the Paladin tree. So I could never get the Judgment skill because you have to get all the way to here to unlock Judgment. So if I was a Forge Guard, I could never get Ring of Shields, and I could never get Smelter's Wrath if I was a Paladin from the Forge Guard. Right, and then Void Knight has this Anomaly skill. So it's just giving you the ability to really develop your own build by giving you lots of variety and options. But let's get back in here. Let's kill this nerd. He healed. So unlike the last map that I was in, these enemies are significantly stronger. So last map I fought a whole lot of little enemies. It looks like this map, I'm gonna fight a larger number of just stronger enemies. Or a smaller number, sorry, of just stronger enemies. What's the mini boss that you challenge? Well, that's gonna be a little difficult. Sorry, I gotta focus up here for a sec. It's the mini boss that you challenge in levels, like it has empower, banish, and stuff. What does empower do? Oh, empower makes the items listed there better. Yeah, so those are the nemesis, and those are extremely important. So when you banish, it banishes the enemy and gets rid of those items. And so you don't get those items again. I mean, I guess you could technically get those items again, but that particular set of those items goes away. Wow. These diamond matrons are really trying to get me here. And then when you pick empower, it makes the items better. And then when you pick challenge, you get the items. So you just have to ask yourself, do I want to wait to get this item that I see here? Or do I want it right now?
I cannot do that.
I'm not liking these diamond matrons. I'm not liking these diamond matrons at all. We're gonna have to try and keep them or keep some enemies with us, so that whenever we see a diamond matron, yeah, we want to go kill the diamond matron first. Stand over here, and then we'll take these ranged attacks. Because we're getting ranged attack, we'll just nuke it down real fast. No problem. That's kind of an awkward way to go about fighting these things, but ooh, portal jump. Did you empower? If you empowered, then it wouldn't drop anything. When you empower, it takes all of its items with it. Where's my other diamond matron? Yeah, it keeps its items, and then the next time you see one of those, it'll actually be the same one, and it'll have the same items, but they'll be better. And you can empower it twice, and then pick up the items on the third time you see it. So just empower, challenge. There are little red orbs down on the bottom that show. Ooh, 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 ooh. Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Ooh. Banish just changes the items next time. Goodness gracious, Great Balls of Fire, I almost died. Oh, I'm a little stressed out now. I don't like that, not even one little bit. But that really just puts into stark relief, I really, really need to max out my resists. Pretty sure that those little bugs were doing cold, and I think they were doing a lot of the damage to me. And those diamond matrons, I don't really like that. I have some good dot resistance. At least I know a bit, I guess, what I'm doing. Didn't touch any of the crafting and stuff because I didn't understand it fully. Yeah, it's difficult to understand, and there's a lot of nuance to it. But you get a lot of those shards. You see in the 5 days that I've been playing, I've got like 4,000 random shards. So I wouldn't stress too much. It's a very, very renewable resource. So just mess with it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you waste a couple of glyphs or you waste a couple of shards or whatever. It's a learning thing. So just mess with stuff and try and improve your items a little bit. Yeah, if the forging potential depletes, then that's it for that item. You can't craft on it anymore. But that's fine, because none of the items that you have right now you're going to keep. Your items are shit right now. You're super low level. So nothing that you currently have matters. And the forging potential is per item. So eventually you'll just get rid of those items and you'll just go get a different item. So who cares? Forging potential is a useless stat in that if an item has forging potential on it, then that means that that item could be better, but it isn't. So, you know, it's great to have an item that has 30 forging potential because that means that you can do a bunch of crafting. But if you just leave the forging potential on there and don't do any crafting, then that forging potential isn't making that item any better, right? It's wasted if you don't use it. So you might as well tear some shit up. Make your item better. Woohoo! Loot lizard! Why is this loot lizard so tanky? I think the game's trying to tell me that I need to do more damage. Oh, and then it exploded into a bunch of loot lizards. I'm gonna end up chasing these things down and just be in a bad position. Fine. I need to work on getting a loot filter. I don't have one right now because I'm an idiot. Let's see. Did we get anything interesting? Spell damage, don't care. Health on kill, don't care. Die. That's interesting. Just a T6 mod there. There's tons of purple stuff over here that I like can't see. Yeah, a couple of people have beaten the Uber, but I don't know if they were eligible or even participating in the cash race. I think the Uber's been taken out twice on hardcore now by two different people. But I don't know the status of the actual paid race right now. If only two people have beaten it, that means that there's still 3 prizes left. Third place is 1,500. Fourth place is 750. And fifth place is 250. So there's still some prizes up, but there's only been 2 people who have beaten it. A ton of level 98 pluses got killed yesterday, though. As soon as the first person beat Uber, everybody started rushing, I think. And I saw maybe 15 people in the top 100 got killed yesterday. It was kind of crazy. I don't know if they were trying to do Uber and died, or if they were trying to push corruption and just got a little squirrely and out of control and got killed, or what happened exactly, but lots of people died yesterday. I'm going really slow. I always go a little slow. Increased health, elemental resistance, vitality. But yeah, it is a little bit difficult if you don't play to really understand. I don't think I need any of these items. I'm going to challenge this guy just because I want to use this pike for Rune of Ascendancy. And I want to see how strong these guys are at this tier. Oh yeah, kill this guy easy. Get nuked, dude. Oh, now he's possessed. Now he's a little harder. We'll stop being stupid. Nice. We'll get that belt. We'll get that spear. So what I'm doing with these spears, I have a really shitty version of my weapon. You'll see down at that melee damage, it says it's doing plus 79 melee damage, but the range is 60 to 108. So I'm short 30 melee damage that I could possibly have. That would translate into a couple hundred damage on my skill, at least. So I need that. My vengeance range is really low. Right, all of my rolls on this are just like super low. The block effectiveness is really low. Like all of the rolls are just really bad. So I'm using these runes of ascendancy that change an item into a unique item of the same type. So this is a spear, and my weapon is a spear. I'm going to hit ascend. Okay, and I didn't get my spear. I got the Judicator two-handed spear. But that's fine. And I'm just going to keep using all of my runes of ascendance to make new spears. It depends on what class you're playing. Typically, Sentinels rely more on armor than they do on dodge rating, because we have special armors that we can get that are class specific in the late game. like armor base types, like this Solarum Greathelm, which is one of our special Sentinel armor base types. They just have higher armor values than other base types. So we usually rely on armor. We also don't have passives that boost our dodge. So we don't have any great ways to scale dodge. Which means it becomes a little bit of a wasted stat. It's not terrible to have, because it does just help you mitigate more damage. It's not necessarily the best stat for us. But if it's on an item, and that item also has other things that you want, then it's not at least actively hurting you, and it is at least giving you some benefit. So if you had two items that were the same, except one of them had dodge and the other one had, like, I don't know, some stat that you just straight up could not use, then the one with the dodge is technically better. Why am I dying? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Aw. It's mana. Nobody cares about mana. Where's my ambush at? I want to get ambushed already.
Cannot do that.
I am really loving this build, though. I am having a great time. This is like the first time I've ever not used Warpath on a build. I am almost exclusively a Warpath Paladin on basically every build I've made in this game. Nice to be using a little something different and having a good time with it. Hey, there's my ambush. Alright, a couple of these little bosser dudes. Just gonna be careful, watch our health. At the beginning of a fight with a new type of enemy in a new tier, I always have to be just a little bit careful. Make sure that I don't get too big for my britches. Seems like everything's going okay. Gonna stand inside of that fire and nuke things down. So the orange's loot is called a unique. You don't only get them from the Nemesis, but the Nemesis always has at least one. You'll see right there, I just got one. Right, I just got this two-handed sword, the Spine of Malatros. Fire skills, damage over time skills, acolyte skills. Wow, that's a lot of plus skills. Chthonic Fissure, Chthonic Fissure. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good sword for the Chthonic Fissure build. Alright, we cleared our ambush, so we've actually cleared this zone. Oh, I forgot to open this chest. Knew there was something I was missing. Katana of Acid, Scythe of Venom, Shield of Hope. There are no stupid questions, Gravy. I am always happy. I mean, you can't possibly know this information if you've never played the game, right? So How could I call your questions stupid? Knowing. I'm gonna go up here and do this one because I want to get some rings, because my rings aren't great. They definitely could have some more resistances and stuff.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I was at the Osprix war camp and I was only doing 1 to 2 damage, thought I needed better gear, only to realize I didn't have a weapon. Well, you were right, you definitely needed better gear. Any gear is better than no gear. That's good stuff right there. I really hope that you were streaming when that happened. I feel like that would have been just a great, great time for your viewers. Why is my character punching, and why am I only doing 2 damage? This game sucks. That's fucking awesome. We're about to make your entire viewer base ARPG players. I like all these damage numbers, but I'm starting to think that maybe I should get rid of them. Because they kind of cover up my screen. Like I hit so many times, kind of getting in the way. Might want to get rid of them just for simplifying my life a little. I've enjoyed having them up to this point, but it might be time to call it quits. I definitely need to be putting out some more damage also. On my passive tree, I have a plan for some more damage. I'm going to be going into Pally, and I'm going to be coming up here. Throwing attack damage +3, throwing frailty chance 10%, throwing armor shred chance 20%, so I can get that 6 times. So I can get an extra 18 bonus damage on Javelin. And I'm going to be looking to take a bunch of bonus throwing damage and stuff. But more importantly, I need to try and get like some throwing damage on my rings and stuff. And just generally more physical damage and stuff like that on some of my gear. Because that's what this is physical throwing. We'll see. We'll finagle some stats and craft some gear. And I mean, just like we did last time, we're going to have to start taking it a little slow here while we power up a little bit. We are doing much better than we did last time as far as moving from regular to empowered monoliths, though. The switch was pretty rough last time, but we seem to be doing pretty good this time. I wish that we didn't need to use this unique chest piece, and we actually might be moving off of our unique chest piece at some point, at least for a little while, because we don't have any LP or legendary potential on our current version of our chest piece. And so we can't like add some armor or some health or, you know, some resistances or anything like that to the chest. So I kind of want to get one that has some legendary potential on it. And then make use of that legendary potential. Really getting a build online is a lot of fun in this game too. Once everything kind of starts coming together and the build starts working the way you expect it to, and you start really putting out the damage and feeling tanky. Yeah, thanks a lot, Zero Gravy. Feel free to come ask any questions that you might have.
I cannot do that.
I think I want to go run back around and open this little chest over here.
I cannot do that.
Ooh, a Sentinel Forge Plate of Defense. Increased armor, void resistance. On recovery, all attributes. Yeah, I don't really need any of those. Alright, let's go get some rings. Freaking nice. Really want some good rings here. Let's see. I like these monoliths, or these echoes, that have these little plant dudes. They don't really hit very hard. They're usually in echoes that are pretty easy to get through. That guy really didn't want to do damage to me. I do want to go to my inventory. Okay, so this does have one legendary potential on it. So I actually need to go ahead and put a stat on that. My big problem is I don't think that the boss is going to be very easy. This is a level 64, so I think I have to go to a tier 2. Maybe a tier 3, but I think it's a tier 2 of the timeless dungeon to get my legendary potential on this item. And I would like to get a flat armor bonus on the item, because right now the armor on there is pretty weak sauce, or a resistance. I actually might not need the armor. My armor might be high enough that I should just go ahead and either do a resistance or a flat health. That piece of gear already gives me 30% increased health. So I actually think that a flat health on there would be really nice. If I could get like a tier 7 flat health, go to my body armor, that'd be pretty lit. I would very much enjoy that. The next thing I need to learn how to do in this game. Ooh. This enemy's scaring the crap out of me. So the next thing I need to learn how to do in this game is how to improve my damage and stuff earlier on. So a bit of a problem I have right now is that it takes me a while to sort of get my builds online. And to really get the damage going. I don't know, there's something, I have a hard time with the early game damage and getting that stuff going. You know, my damage should be much higher right now than it is. Let's see, do I have... Ooh. Let's actually go back here. Oh, I can't come back into here if I leave. Fudge. I have multiple phalanxes. I need to... I'm not 50. I'm not even 40 yet, Damien. I'm gonna be 39 this year, god damn it. Okay, I need to start carrying an extra phalanx around with me so when I hit this, I can, upgrade a phalanx. It's insane to me that as tanky as I am, I'm still having to be careful. This is upsetting me.
I cannot do that.
You know, it goes terribly. Mostly because I keep forgetting to practice with the bubble. And I keep just dodging. It's gonna get me killed, honestly. Also, there aren't very many things that I need to bubble. Like, I'm just kind of standing in flames, just swinging my sword. Not a care in the world. Pick that up. There it is. Alright, what do we got here? Let's find a good coral ring. Let's see. I need necrotic resistance. I need elemental and poison resistance. That also has health. Like block chance probably more than anything, but worry about some of this other stuff first. So let's try and craft a couple of these rings. Alright, this one currently has 0 resistances. So I need necrotic, poison, cold, and lightning. This one already gives me some elemental. So this one will actually cap my lightning, so I just need cold, poison, and necrotic. This one's already got poison. What does this one have? This one has a little bit of poison and a little bit of void. Oh, I still have forging potential on this. Okay. Let's actually... Heck yeah. Oh, did it just took 20 forging potential. Wow, for that one bonus. That sucks. Let's see, we've got some forging potential here, too. We can actually up our lightning. So, upgrade that one. Upgrade our lightning resistance a couple of times. Ooh. All the way to tier 5. Nice. So let's look at this. How close am I? So this one could have an additional 12. Ooh, and its health is real low. Yeah, so the health roll and that other roll are really low on this one. So we're going to rerolls the values of all affixes on an item within their tiers. So because I have such low rolls on the health and the lightning res here, I'm actually going to go ahead and re-roll those values. And we got the lowest roll possible on the health. Which sucks. Which sucks a lot. We're out of forging potential. That's a much better helmet than it was. Very happy about that. My void resistance is pretty out of control because this stupid thing got 86 void. I actually need a new one of these. So my lightning is max, so I just need necrotic, poison, and cold. Whoops. This one has necrotic. What is this? Little elemental, little lightning. This belt definitely needs to change. Okay, I think we're gonna hit cold damage really hard on this. Or cold resist. Really hard on this. So 1, 2, 3. I'm leaving this at only tier 4. And the reason I'm doing that is sometimes you get a critical and it upgrades a different tier. So it won't use forging potential, and it'll give a bonus either to the same tier again or to the same stat again or to a different stat. So if you leave it at 4, you have a chance to just crit to 5, which is really nice. And then I think I'm actually going to drop a chaos here because I don't need necrotic damage. So let's... Okay, definitely don't need minion dodge rating. Don't use up my forging potential. Okay, but it's going to add flat void damage. Oh no, it's a percent void damage. That sucks. Okay, well that's totally useless to me. So let's roll some necrotic resistance here. And let's hit an attunement. Okay. And that's going to use up all my forging potential. That's still way better. I guess it's going to reduce my damage pretty significantly from 27 down to 24. But I honestly think that I'm happier with the survivability. So we're almost capped out. We're 10 short there, we're 3 short there, and we're 14 short there. Could be better, could be worse. Pretty happy with it. And we're level 77. Alright, let's get a random unique item here. Ooh, nice. Oh, it's got the replace on it. Dang it. Okay, here's what I think I can do. Let's confirm the replace, and then I'm not going to fight it. It'll still show up again next time. Just going to go straight back to base. Grab one of my other ones. Perfect. And then we'll go right back in again. This is what I should have done last time. Golem's not out. Oh no, not lightning elementals. These things are hard to kill for me. Because they don't hit very often. Anything that doesn't hit often and hits hard doesn't take a lot of damage from me. Because I need to get hit to trigger my skill usually.
I cannot do that.
I do love just standing in the middle of attacks though. The only thing that I think would be better than the shield that I'm using right now, with all of its bonus like ward gain on hit, that ward gain on hit, even though it's only a little, is a huge mitigation because you're basically saying that the first 30 damage that any attack does doesn't do anything. Which is crazy. Especially on a really tanky build. So I'm very happy with it. But I could see myself maybe wanting, if there's a shield out there that gives a bonus to the amount of damage over time that your armor blocks, I would definitely like use that, I think. Because damage over time is definitely where I'm the weakest right now. And I'm not as weak as most characters are, because I do have all of my idols have, or at least some of my idols have this 1% less damage over time taken while using a shield, health gain on block, which is awesome. And that's a stat that I'm going to really be looking for on my idols from now on. Because, if I could get, even 3 or 4% less damage over time taken, that'd be pretty good. Definitely need to be looking into that. Alright, he dropped us. So these bases here are special Harbinger bases. And if you look up in the top right there, this thing does bonus melee damage. Then it has more melee damage to stunned enemies. And then it has a chance to upgrade when you slay a Harbinger. So if you have this in your inventory, when you slay a Harbinger, it gets a new implicit mod. Which is always the same. You just have to kill a Harbinger in order to get it. which I think is super cool. Then you've got the same thing for this one. So all of these purples that guy drops are these like Harbinger bases. They're really good. So we might be looking to see if we can find some Harbinger bases that might be beneficial to our build in the future. Probably like a helmet, if they have helmets. They might only have weapons. I think I've only seen weapons. So that might be a thing.
I cannot do that.
I really do love my little Gollum duder too. He's super dope. It reminds me of Diablo 2, where you always had your mercenary with you. Once you got into the desert, what is that, Act 2? And you got your little polearm mercenary, and you always wanted to get one that had the ice damage so it could freeze things for you, because it was super good. Such a cool mechanic. Ooh. Something bopped me there. Must have taken a bunch of those little ice spikes all at the same time or something. Or maybe it was these lightning elementals. They seem to be putting the whammy down pretty good.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I'm about to have to data dump y'all with another massive mechanic, which is the loot filter mechanic. I need to go in and build myself a loot filter, because I'm not currently using one, and all of this random yellow shit is just getting in the way. I can't see squat. Oh, shiznit. Thanks, Damien. I am such an asshole. Twitch is gonna ban me. No! I'm sorry, Twitch. It was an accident. That's funny. soon as I get into a bit of a safer spot here, we'll get that fixed. Oh no! Volca max roll, level 100 paladin, died at level 49. Volca, no! Alright, we're good. We changed it. Now it should say last epoch.
Stand down or die.
It has 2 legendary potential. +1 crossbow mercenaries. Not really for me at all. But I'm gonna pick it up just in case. Actually, look at this. Oh, this doesn't really have any stats that I want, including this stat right here. Let's see. You can always chaos things and get lucky, you know? I did not get lucky. Okay. I guess the last thing I can do to it here is I can put a glyph of something or other on there. Then I could just go in here and add health to it. So I'll get 1 tier in health, and then everything else about the item will change. That didn't really give us anything we want. So let's do it again. Okay. So that's not terrible, actually. Endurance threshold, fine. The belt itself isn't great, but that's fine. We need physical damage. We don't need fire damage. We don't need health regen. So let's re-roll the health regen into cold resist, which makes all the cold resist on this ring useless. That's fine. And then let's re-roll this fire damage. Void damage, don't want void damage. Into minion health, didn't need that either. But then let's just go ahead and try and put much health on it as we can. Nice. Let's look at our resist. It's definitely better than what we're wearing. Overcaps are cold. Drops are lightning. But because we don't need... Well, we still need some of the cold on there. So we really need some new boots. We need to take off this 50 void on these boots. And we need a new type of helmet. Doesn't have void. I got void resistance everywhere, dude. I got void resistance coming out of my butthole. What's going on? That should have also increased my damage, I think. 2348, 2475. All right. And some more hit points. I've been drinking a lot of water because I was feeling a little dehydrated this morning, so I'm gonna go use the... Hey, what's up, Blighted? Got here just as I need to go use the restroom. I'm gonna go use the restroom and start some rice in the cooker. So give me about 5 minutes, I'll be right back. and then we'll chit chat.
Drat_ says Blighted has a novel for you to read when you get back. Smile.
Blighted, I love you. I am not scrolling back up to read all that. Not even almost, dude. Not even almost. But I'm glad that you can afford an elite winter bear. Most of the play that I do in Albion is like econ, gathering, transporting, stuff like that. I don't particularly like the PvP in that game because it's extremely unbalanced. But transporting is fun. I like running away. Good time. You know, I don't use the roads a ton. The roads, um, the roads can be a little dangerous. Like, they're great because you can cross really long distances, but they are black zones. So,
Stand down or die.
yeah, it is restricted to 7 people, but 7 people is more than enough to dismount and kill you. So just don't forget to follow your basic transport rules, where you make sure that there's not a naked scout standing at the entrance, waiting for you, because people scout those things all the time. So the best way to do it, if you want to get to Caerleon through the roads, is you go to Caerleon and then you exit out of Caerleon and find yourself an exit that comes to Caerleon, right? And then you just have to go and make sure that nobody scouted all of the other possible entrances. They go that way to Caerleon. The problem is, it's really, really easy because they can do the same thing, right? They can just leave Caerleon and then go find the available portal, or the Avaroads portal, that brings you through. And then they can just post scouts along all the possible routes that you can use to get there. And then they can just be waiting for you when you exit the Avaroads to murk you down. You just have to be careful. I think unanimously the best time to transfer or transport into Caerleon is actually during the bandit event. I never really did this, but because so many of your faction will be out in the red zone during the bandit event doing faction PvP, you can faction flag and then go out there with them and then just run around. Because they won't be able to hit you. Oh, that's an interesting strategy, Blighted. That's a really interesting strategy. These dudes are tanky as hell. Oh, we got a spotty connection. Hopefully I don't DC and die. Be awful. That'd make me big sad. Look at all them armor shreds. 100 armor shreds. Yeah, I really enjoyed the faction warfare. It was quite a bit of fun. I very much prefer the non-lethal PvP in Albion to the lethal PvP. I just wish that the economy was set up in a way that non-lethal could be as profitable as lethal. If you enjoy full loot, come play Last Epoch. And the PvE is full loot when you play hardcore. Die, and not only do you lose all your gear, you lose your whole character.
Cannot do that.
Oh no! Ronit's just tank it. Died at number 12 on the ladder. Level 100. There are so many people pushing to beat Uber. And there are so many people getting killed. Sorry, just tank it. Sorry you died. But also, I'm kind of happy you died. Means I've still got a chance. Yeah, I mean, in Albion Online, silver begets silver. The more silver you have, the more you can invest at a time. And your income when you're investing and trading and crafting and stuff isn't based on the amount of time you spend. It's based on the amount of silver you invest. So you're pretty much always going to get like a base return rate of somewhere between like, I don't know, 5 and 10%. Yeah, maybe more like between 2 and 5%. But it's going to be consistently that return rate no matter how much you spend. So you can invest 1 billion silver and you're going to get, a couple 100 mil or 100 mil. And you can invest, 1 million silver and get 100,000. And so the more you have, the more you get. Sure, but just because it takes a long time to get the currency doesn't mean that it's not there already, right? As soon as you have, especially when it comes to like materials and stuff like that have fairly stable economies and the prices don't change all that significantly all that often, that money is as good as in the bank once you have the materials. Especially because thanks to inflation and thanks to the very basic nature of materials and the requirement of materials for crafting everything, they typically just go up with inflation. So those resources are very stable and very investable. I need to see if I can find my nemesis here. Or did I already do the nemesis? I don't even know. Not even paying attention. That's strange. Refining is like the easiest thing to get up as far as making money is concerned. You just do it all in town. And honestly, you can refine at a profit even while you're leveling refining. If you're smart about where you buy and where you sell. It's strange to me that more people in your guild aren't doing refining.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, it's great.
Mr. Bean says hello everyone.
Mr. Bean, what's cracking, brother? How are you? I'm the type of person that I never buy anything in a game that I can gather myself. What time it is? Fucking blow shit up time. No way. So I would normally agree with you, Damien, about not buying things that I can just gather myself. The problem is that gathering is usually not the fastest way to earn currency. And so typically that's kind of inefficient when I could go just make more currency and then buy more in the same amount of time. You know what I mean? Crafting system or gathering systems are really bad and extremely bottable. And so they just tend to get really, really devalued. I hate these freaking Gorgon enemies. Okay, I'm curious how y'all are 40 minutes apart. That doesn't make any sense. Time zones are an hour. Can't possibly be 11:50 somewhere. Be 12:30 somewhere else. Doesn't even make no damn sense. Increased lightning damage. Hang on. What would it take? Turn this damage into lightning. £3. Because 117% increased lightning damage might be worth it. So the loot that drops, Damien, can be mitigated. Here, I'll show you. I don't have a loot filter on right now, so I see everything that drops, and that's why it's as overwhelming and as cluttering as it is. But most of the items that are dropping are totally useless to me. So what I need to do is I need to develop my loot filter. Are you talking about Diablo 4? Or are you talking about like original Diablo or Diablo 3? I'm pretty sure that Diablo 3 has like an automatic loot filter. So in Diablo 3, the loot is specifically catered to your class, isn't it? So you don't like pick up necro stuff on a warrior or different stuff like that. So it's true that there's less stuff popping, but it also means that there's no real trade economy in Diablo 3 because, oh, nice. Oh, that's a good one too. 92 out of 108. Extra vengeance range, that's way better than mine. Ooh, 9% damage with vengeance, that's max. Block chance is low. Block effectiveness is pretty good. Hey, that's a pretty good one. Or are you confused, Mr. Bean? How can I assuage your confusion? Confused if it's night here, it has to be day in New York. It's currently 3 o'clock in New York. So it is daytime. That is true. Okay. I think it's time to get in the weeds a little bit. It's loot filter time. I think I'm going to use this loot filter that I stole from somebody else. And then Damien said AM. Yeah, so Damien's in Nevada, not New York. So in Nevada right now, which is on the West Coast, it is 3 hours earlier. So it's about to be noon. It's about to switch to PM in Nevada because it's West Coast time. So it is 4 minutes until PM. So the way loot filters work in this game is you can choose base types and affixes and the number of those affixes to change and recolor in any way you want. So we're going to go through this a little bit. This one here is affixes that have greater than or equal to tier 4 of the affix. And the reason we got this one, right, because it is AM in Nevada. It's 11:53 a.m., which means in 2 minutes it'll be noon. So in 2 minutes it'll be 12 p.m. in Nevada. So it's lunchtime in Nevada right now, Mr. Bean. So you're on the opposite side of the world, so it's midnight where you're at. So you guys are almost exactly on opposite sides of the planet. You're 11 time zones different. There's an India in North America? Didn't know there was an India in North America. So let's go through and pick the attributes I want. I want strength, I want vitality, but I also want attunement. melee, we want melee attack speed. That one can be okay, I guess. We want melee. No, we don't want melee damage. And we don't want any of these, so we're not looking. Oh, no, actually, we don't need area skills either. So, yeah, it looks like melee attack speed is the only one we want there. Throwing. We're going to have to get a bunch of stuff. Throwing damage. Nope. Just need that one. Damage types. We don't want elemental. We don't want fire. Just doing physical right now. Physical penetration. Mental, don't need fire. We can get that one. Cool, 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 cool. And then general, we don't want damage over time. We want critical strike chance, critical multiplier. And don't need that one. Get increased area, that's fine. Increased healing effectiveness for sure. Don't need critical strike avoidance because I can't be criticaled because of my vengeance skill, which is great. Movement. Yes, we want movement speed. Cooldown we'll take, but not really that big a deal. Mana. I don't need mana regeneration, like, at all. So we're not going to worry about that. We don't need any of these ailments. We don't use ailments. Well, I guess we use frailty. So that's fine, although I have enough frailty on my skills that I probably don't need it. Of course, if I get enough frailty on my equipment, maybe I could skip having frailty on my skills and use those points towards some more damage. So we're going to go ahead and confirm that, update that. And now everything we see that drops blue will just be stuff that we want to shatter or rune of removal or something like that for parts. Now we got recolor all items with 11 affixes. What is he using yellow for? Okay, we don't want either of those. That one. That one. Don't want level of warpath. Don't want level of shield throw. Don't use that. Don't use that. Don't use that. Okay. So these are for the class specific ones that he wants. Right? These are, well, let's look at the rule. All items with these 11 affixes. Okay, so these are the class specific ones that he just wants tons of. Because you get these really, really infrequently, especially because you don't get these Sentinel ones very frequently. I could definitely see. So throwing attack, critical strike chance. Why do I not add any description to the streams? Honestly, because when I had descriptions before, they got really generic. I probably should be adding descriptions to the streams on YouTube. I did when we started this this race, but I don't know the status of the race anymore. I don't know how many times it's been killed and, you know, which of the rewards have been taken. So I don't have the information that I need to put that in there. But yeah, I probably do need to start doing that, Mr. Bean. That's a good point. I honestly thought that nobody actually looked at them, and so I was just wasting my time coming up with them. But if people are going to actually look at them, then I will start coming up with some stuff for the descriptions. We don't want that. Don't need Warpath. Vengeance. A rebuke could work. Sure. I'm missing one. Healing Hands. There we go. And what did we do up here? Definitely want health. Well, so my Discord and my Twitch. Well, my Twitch is in the description automatically. Because I have my Twitch attached to my YouTube. So if you extend the description, my Twitch is already in there. So that is something that I went ahead and set up. And I do like it when like a link to the game you're playing is in the descriptions. So I definitely probably want to put the Steam link in there, because personally I hate when I watch like Let's Plays and then I can't just go to the Steam page to look up information about the game that's being played. So for sure that probably needs to be in there. Guess I could put my Discord in there, although the Discord is also automatically linked in the description. And I don't really have any other socials. Like I have a Blue Sky account and stuff, but I don't ever post in them. I'm really bad about networking. I need to work on that. Oh, we don't really need that. Okay. What is he? We don't need that. Okay, that'll be fine. Recolor all items with 21 affixes. What affixes are these? They're probably the idols, yes. Health, health, definitely. Resistance, resistance, resistance for sure. Don't want damage over time. Vitality, crit strike chance for sure. Healing effectiveness, don't need bleed or ignite. Guess shared physical could be fine. Not have throwing damage or something in here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's good. And then we'll go down to Sentinel. Don't need fire damage. Don't need physical. Lock effectiveness. Throwing a check, crit multi. Don't need fire pen. That armor with throwing attacks. Don't need smite when casting throwing attacks. Inspiration. I don't really need increased damage with Vengeance and Smite because Vengeance isn't my primary DPS. Confirm that, confirm that. These are going to be with 2. Okay, so 8 affixes selected. And you need to have greater than 2. I think these are specifically for some of the damage stuff that he wants, specifically for his weapon type. So we're actually going to change this. We're going to go to two-handed weapons. We're going to take out axe. We're going to take spear. We're going to confirm that. And then we're going to go look at the damage types here. We want, okay, melee attack speed is fine, but we don't need elemental. Fire. We're going to be looking for physical. Physical penetration is fine. Don't need elemental. Okay, so that's good for the damage types. We're going to look at throwing. We're going to do throwing damage. We're going to look at general. Don't need damage over time, but we do want critical strike chance, critical strike multi. We're going to confirm those. And instead of being at least tier 2, I want at least tier 4. And I want at least 2 of them. Actually, and let's do at least tier 6. So I want, what I'm looking for here is I want to get double exalteds with 2 of these stats. So I'm kind of changing up how this is working. But my goal here is for the green ones to drop double exalted of 2 of the stats that I'm looking for, so that I can use those to legendary potential my spears, because I have to have spears legendary. Okay, this is going to show every exalted, unique, and set piece. We're good with that. And then this is going to recolor everything with at least a tier 7 to this white, so that I know when I get some tier 7s. So that'll be much better. I think that this loot filter will be good. All I did really was just take the fire spin loot filter that I stole when I was still doing fire spin and adjust it to be the damage types and stuff that I am currently using. But it should significantly reduce the overall amount of garbage. Yeah, as you can see, out of that pack, we only dropped 1 item. If I hit X, I turn it off, so it got rid of all of this other stuff here. It's just showing me stuff that I might want to shatter and stuff like that, so that I can really focus in on just getting the shards that are important to me, so that I can craft on my gear and make some stuff that's really, really focused on what I'm doing. So I've been specifically growing my physical damage up to this point, which has been fine because it's just been fizz and crit multi. So thankfully, my javelin skill has the ability to change that physical into lightning elemental. So I just got huge amounts of lightning damage plus some crit on that 2 LP spear that I'm about to pull out of this guy. So I'm going to actually respec a couple of the points in my javelin and take them out of maybe frailty or armor shred. And then I'm going to use this 2 LP spear because it's going to drastic. I bet you it doubles my damage. From what it was. So, going to be huge for me. That does mean I'm going to have to pass a couple of levels on my spear so that I can get back to where I need to be. Because when you respec, you lose the levels and you have to regain the XP on the skill in order to get those levels back. You can't just take them off and then put them on. So there is going to be a little bit of time where I'm slightly weaker, but it won't be significant enough that I can't. That I can't keep playing in this tier. Do just fine. This is a tanky boy. See, so this is really kind of where we're at here. Is ooh, tier 6 health. Ah, too bad it's tier 7 intelligence. If that was tier 7 strength or attunement, I'd be losing my mind right now. Cooldown recovery, fire resist. Ooh, that's a really good boot. And very nice. Okay. So let's go to skills. Let's equip this bad boy. Let's go into our skills. Let's hit our respec here. Remove points. So what do we have? We got hit damage. We want to keep hit damage. We got base crit chance, crit multi. We want to keep... Oh. Oh, no, I still do have to hit this twice. Okay. So I need 2 points here and 1 point here to switch. Definitely don't want to lose my additional javelins. I could lose a little of the frailty chance and a little of the armor shred. I think I'm going to take 2 from the armor shred, which is unfortunate, but I'm already getting 100 stacks of armor shred, so I think that's okay. I don't want to lose the frailty too much. So I've got 2% frailty chance per string. I actually have 52 strength. Actually, I should have... gonna do it. Respec, remove points. We're actually gonna take 1 more point out of this because that's 52% frailty chance, and I'm hitting tons of times per second because I have so much strength. So there's no point in having more than 1 point in that. And so I'm eventually going to put 1 more point back in this armor shred so that I can keep getting armor shreds. And I may actually, maybe instead of the armor shred, I might take this last mana cost point. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hit these 2 lightnings and the divine throws. And that should significantly boost our damage. We're not going to be doing any lightning damage right now, so part of this is kind of a waste. But you'll see, we already did actually increase our damage just based off of the crit chance that we gained here. So many ranged enemies all spread out. Don't know why I summoned a portal there. I accidentally hit the wrong button. I'm a dum-dum. Let's get this shrine. Play Spreading Frost. Something is summoning these. It must be this, yeah, summoning dirt spitter. Okay. Let's just murder this dude. He's bothering. Yeah, so plus 5% melee critical chance is great. Definitely boosting my damage, even though I'm using a worse version of my pike. This one has slightly less damage bonus than the other one. Once we get to transfer this over to lightning damage, things are going to get real crazy. It's going to require quite a bit of skill XP here, because I got to get 3. I am very excited. the implications of that. And because we're converting all physical damage to lightning, it doesn't matter if I continue to scale physical, it's still going to get a boost. Which is awesome. Hey, there's one of the levels. This might be faster than I thought.
Stand down or die.
I really hate this boss, but it's actually not too bad with this build, because I just keep throwing my javelin out there, or sticking my spear out there and hitting things, and then there's lots of them attacking me, so my javelins are going off a lot. I don't have the ability to really focus on which one of them I'm attacking, so it's taking a while, but it's fairly safe. I'm getting plenty of ward, not losing a ton of hit points. I'm pretty into it.
I cannot do that.
Ooh.
Skoski says, smiley face emoji, hey Hermit, how is life treating you? Smiley face emoji, hope I am not interrupting the game with my, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, that would be really sad, smiley face emoji, winking face emoji.
Ski, did I ever tell you how much I hate you? If I haven't told you how much I hate you, let me tell you now. Let me take this opportunity to describe to you the monumental degree to which I wish that I had never met you. Like, if somebody gave me one of those hypothetical situations and said, you could have $1 billion, or you could have your life changed so that you had never met Skoski, I would forego the $1 billion to have never met you. That's where I'm at. Alright, so since we got all of these items, because we have our loot filter set up so that we're actually just getting stuff that we want parts for, we're going to be picking up all these items, and then we're actually going to shatter them, because that's the purpose of the loot filter, to get items to shatter. Can't use that, so we're going to shatter it, shatter, 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 shatter. Don't even know why I have some of this stuff. We're just shattering, Much better. In smiley face emojis, dude. I should have never given y'all text to speech. The greatest regret of my entire life. Hey. I haven't had any alcohol in a while. Now that you mentioned beer, I'd really like some Coronas right now. Just a nice, refreshing, cold Corona. A little salt and lime. That would hit the spot. What is that thing? It's ugly as hell. We're gonna go ahead and replace this one. Oh, this one already has forging potential. Yeah. Can't go in there. Put this in there? Nope. Well, looks like we're not doing it. Do I need this thing at all? Need either of these things? Oh, vanish. Do I know why they put lime in Corona? No, I don't know why they put lime in Corona. Why is it? Is it because it tastes good? Because it tastes good.
Stand down. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Well, fuck a duck. That is so depressing. I died. I died and I lost my character. Well, I guess I technically didn't lose my character. I can now play the character in softcore. And honestly, that's probably what I'm going to go ahead and do. I just don't. I don't think at this particular juncture I have the ability to catch back up. If I were to make a new character, even if there are still top 5 slots open, I don't know if I can get up there and try that anymore. So we still have the ability to play this character, and now we can die as many times as we want. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's the game is a seasonal based game. And so they put out big patches and then they start a new season. And so you basically start all over with nothing at the beginning of the season. And the really hardcore, like, trying to make the game as difficult as possible folks play on what's called hardcore solo self-found. Meaning that the character can only use items that they have picked up themselves. And if they die, then the character moves to softcore and is no longer a hardcore. Yeah, so it's not really permadeath because when you die, you just get moved from the hardcore ladder to the softcore ladder, but you are no longer a part of that elite, like hardcore, never died crowd. Now you're just playing the regular game with everybody else. And so I like that because it does mean all of the characters that I've made so far still exist and can still be played. And now I can just play them on softcore. It is brutal. So what I was playing wasn't solo self-found. I was actually playing solo account-found, which means that your characters share items across your account, but you can't trade with anybody. So every character that I was losing in hardcore, all of their shards for crafting and all of that stuff were still in my hardcore stash. So that stuff is all shared across your characters. So I was getting to sort of start with a little advantage every time. And those were the rules for playing in the race that I was trying to be a part of, was just you had to be playing hardcore account found. The race is still technically going on, I think. I don't think that the Uber Aberoth, which is the boss we were racing to kill, don't think that person has been killed 5 times yet. So technically we could go start a new character and try to catch back up, but I haven't made enough account progress for that to be viable, I don't think. You know, a lot of the people that are dying up there at level 100, they're restarting characters and they're making new characters, but they're getting right back to a much, much greater end game with a lot more item support than I have right now. My items are still pretty basic. Ooh. As far as like the extra stuff I have, so I don't. It will take me quite a bit of time to get back up there and to try and make a dent. I need to find some ranged enemies to fight with this ghost. Yeah, so there are a lot fewer people who play this game than who play Path of Exile. This game just hasn't gained the same popularity that PoE has. It hasn't been out as long. It's not as well known. But I made it up to, at my peak, I was number 251 on the hardcore level ladder. So I was the 251st person to reach like level 89, I think. Now, since then, that rank has dropped pretty significantly. So there are 2 people who have beaten Uber Aberoth. They beat him yesterday, which was day 4 of the race. And 2 people beat it yesterday. But, so the rules of the race are that if you have access to the test environment, which is what most of those really hardcore people who play 18 hours a day have. They have access to the test environment. If you have access to the test environment, then you're not eligible for the contest because you were able to practice the fight before everybody else. So all of us who were participating in the race were actually going in pretty blind because we'd never played the fight before, and we were playing hardcore. So you were going to have to basically win your first try at the new Uber Pinnacle boss, which is very, very difficult, right? It's supposed to be the hardest boss that's existed in the game so far. So if I try and leave and go get freaking enemies to pull over here so I can kill this guy better, he freaking beats my ass, but then he's never even attacking me when I'm just standing here fighting him. I don't know what's going on. So when you kill this boss, you need to kill... Can you go straight back in and fight him again? Or is there some sort of timer, maybe a build-up? Yeah, there's a little bit of a build-up. I think you have to kill the Harbingers in order to trigger him. Or you have to kill a Harbinger. Which are like little special sub-bosses that he's sort of in charge of. You need their eye. But yeah, you can just go right back in and fight him because you have to get 10 eyes. Even unlock him, so I'm pretty sure you can just fight him 10 times if you want. I mean, it's like minutes. It's not hours. It's minutes. And they killed him yesterday. I'm sure they've probably killed him a bunch of times by now. Yeah, I like this character more, Dret. I like this character a lot more. It's something a little bit different for me. I've played Spin to Win a lot. And I need to practice. Had I been paying more attention, I tried to dash out when I got slammed just now, instead of using my rebuke. If I had been practicing a little more with that rebuke, I would have remembered to throw up my shield. And then I wouldn't have died right there. I would have had tons of hit points. So I shouldn't be dead. I'm just a fucking dumbass who doesn't know how to play his character.
Stand down or die.
You know, I never played Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
Stand down or die.
But I am really, really liking this shield spear. So you actually have to do something special. There is a passive. So I had to become a Forge Guard specifically so that I could get this passive right here. Because it says you can equip a shield alongside a two-handed axe, mace, sword, or spear. And then you get some debuffs. Game I was streaming after Once Human. New World? You mean way back in the day? I played New World. Oh, Albion. Albion. Yeah, Albion Online. The top down. Yep. That's right. I forgot that was what I was playing when I played Albion Online. I am a big fan of the Shield Spear. Like, I always played Pantheon in League of Legends. He was one of my main characters. I really like the short sword spear. When I played Dark Age of Camelot, I played the spear with my hero. Lots of spear stuff. I mean, yeah, exactly. They're some of the most useful melee weapons there are. I can't believe I died. I'm so angry.
Stand down or die.
Ooh, we got a yellow here. +1 healing hands. More than anything, I really want to see what this lightning damage does. I honestly think that I could build this character better now.
Cannot do that.
Well, I'm taking this death much better than I took my last death. The last character I lost had me out of the game for like a day and a half. Just Brian. Brian, big old crocodile tears. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was still mad that I had lost my previous character. I wouldn't normally have worried too much about playing hardcore if they weren't having the race with the cash prize. Oh yeah. Look at that lightning coming down. Look at that. I was standing on top of burning. Just trying to die. Like a jackwagon.
Cannot do that.
Oh yeah, this looks so good. Look at all those lightning shocks coming down. Just zapping everybody. Oh my god, it's so good.
Cannot do that.
I remembered my block. I remembered my freaking block.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, that felt real good. That was an insane amount of fun. Yeah, so Ski, what I was saying is normally I probably wouldn't have played hardcore. Well, you know, they had the race going on. So I figured, fuck it. Oh, I don't have Glyphs of Shattering because this character doesn't have access to my shards. That sucks.
Yes.
I mean, I would rage about not winning if there was ever a chance that I was actually going to win. I mean, I haven't played this game in like a year. And so the people who are going to win are people who have still been playing this game, who really know what they're doing, who have some sort of strategy for getting into the end game, who, you know, have done some zero to hero runs and understand how to get through stuff quickly. There's still a possibility that I could maybe get in the top 5 if I made another character knowing some of the things I know now, and because I already have kind of a nice base of, like, I've got a bunch of these spears and stuff. I still have 3 or 4 of these spears. So I wouldn't have to wait very long to move into Javelin. And I understand the build a little better now. So maybe I could do like some electrify stuff with it, or even some burn stuff with it. And switch to fire damage, and not even necessarily really go all in on the ignites, but just allow something like ignite to add a little bonus damage. Because I wasn't doing any bleeds, I wasn't doing any of that. And so there was just no bonus damage from any of that stuff. I was just relying entirely on my hit damage. And that's not really, I think, how you do it in this game. I think you kind of need to do a hybrid a little. And if you lean too far into just one, you can end up in a bad spot. But I don't really know. Like I said, I just don't have the knowledge base for this game that I need to have to be able to really win this. But I feel good about having my first character get to rank 251. Like, that was really solid for me. Well, not my first character. My first character that I got far. So I feel happy about that. This character only took me less than a day, well, about a day, to get it kind of back to the same spot. Which is way faster. I mean, it took me 2 days to get that first character there. So nice to see that I kind of sped up a little bit. This character was definitely a lot tankier than the other character. And it was only my stupidity that got me killed there. I don't know. I want to find out. I want to find out what the state of the race is. Because if like 3 people have already finished Uber Aberoth, then there's no way that I'm going to catch up and be in the top 5. And there's no point in, you know, making another hardcore character for the sake of the race if there's no way for me to catch up at all. Honestly, Ski, I don't know. I was intending to, but I'm having a lot of fun playing Last Epoch right now. Like, a lot of fun. And I know that the last time I switched off of Once Human, it had a pretty negative impact on my channel, but I don't know that I care. Gotta have fun. So, I don't know. I'm still kind of falling into the same problem with Once Human, where everything is fun, but it still feels really repetitive. And even though this is a little repetitive also, like I'm just going into maps and fighting enemies over and over, the map layouts are dynamic, and where the enemies are and what type of enemy is different on every map. And so the repetitiveness has a little variance to it. Whereas when you do things like do silos, you literally run into the same enemies in the exact same locations every single time, right? There's no variance there at all. And that is incredibly monotonous. Yeah, it's true. A lot of people were, I mean, when we were first playing Once Human back when Way of Winter first started, we had a huge community of people who were playing and watching and all that stuff. But I don't. I wonder if the armor shred is actually doing anything for the lightning damage.
I cannot do that.
I might just be shredding armor for nothing. So I think what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to see what the status of the race is. Or try to see. Yeah, I just cannot find any freaking information about this stupid race. Maybe I need to go, like, get in Zizarin's Discord or something. That probably should have been the first thing I tried. Discord. Go get in this fool's Discord. Announcements. PoE1. Fun stuff. Current PoE builds. Old school RuneScape. New World. Voice chats. Build archives. Diz, what are you doing to me, dude? Yeah, it's a really hard balance, Ski, because like I don't want to abandon people who have been watching the channel and been supporting
Yes.
because of a specific video game, but I also am just not the kind of person who can play the same game for like years and years and years. I need a little variance in my life. I have a tendency, and usually it's months at a time, right? I'll play a game for a month or two, and then I'll kind of feel this need to move on to something else. And that's probably not very conducive to streaming, and it's probably going to fragment my community pretty bad. Um, but I don't think that I could continue streaming if I didn't do that. And I certainly wouldn't be able to be as energetic. It was pretty easy to see when I first came back to Once Human, like the energy level of my streams and the animation of my voice and all of that stuff just goes up a lot when things feel a little new and a little fresh. And I feel like, there's stuff to explore. I'm an explorer. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like real world places to explore, but I like to explore mechanics. I like to explore builds. I like to explore, what's possible and how to manipulate things inside of the game to accomplish the tasks that I'm trying to accomplish. And so when I feel like that exploration is no longer having value, or it's no longer fun for me, then the energy levels just start to drop. And I think, we've been playing Last Epoch for a few days, and even though the streams haven't been doing necessarily as good on a viewership level as when we play Once Human, I know that my level of enthusiasm has been significantly higher when we've been
Skoski says, well, I'm sticking around, you are not getting
playing
rid
this.
of me that easy, mahahaha. Smiley face emoji, 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 and a smiley face emoji.
Well, I'm glad that you're around, Ski. I really am. And I hope that we can build more of a community of people who, will just be here kind of no matter what game. Because I don't think I'm ever going to be able to be one of those people who just plays one game. When I came back to Once Human, I told myself that I was going to stick it out no matter what. And I was just going to just get through it and make it happen and, grow the community there on that game. And I don't think I can do it. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I cannot find any information on this Uber Aberoth race. Like, I can't even find out if the two people who already beat Uber were eligible for the race prizes. This is such a poorly advertised race. Okay, event admin, competitive. So Ziz put something out on X, I guess, that says Woodyjoe is ineligible for prizing for his Uber Aberoth kill. EHD confirmed Woodyjoe has access to the closed beta. Okay, that's great information. So second has not been taken. This information came out 8 hours ago on X. Oh wow, there are almost 300,000 peak players playing this game right now. Or not right now, but in the last few days, it's gone up to almost 300K. I don't see anything else about. I need to, I don't know, go to Zizarin's freaking X account, I guess. So annoyed. they have a web page where the rules are posted for the event. So I really would have liked to see that web page continue to get updated as kills came in. Oh, okay. So based on what's said in the X, um, Woodish. I'm so confused. So there was a person called Woodish, which is Woody SCH, who was said they're the first person to kill Avaroth on hardcore in the race. And then there's the next X post that came 12 hours later, says the event admin competitive ruling is that Woody Joe is ineligible. So I don't know. Was Woody Joe? Was that? This is all very, very uninformative. Well, there are two possibilities. So either two people killed him yesterday, and one of them was ineligible and one of them wasn't, or one person killed him yesterday and that person was ineligible. So either all of the prizes are still available or four of the prizes are still available. So we might actually go ahead and restart. Because we might just go ahead and restart. I really liked the Forge Guard. I think I could probably build it with a little more power than I did before. I let my desire for tankiness overwrite my brain cells. I definitely needed to take this instead of this. Sure. So yeah, let's make a new hardcore character. But first, I'm gonna go use the restroom and change the rice and get some beans on. So I'll be right back. Yeah, but I mean, um, EHD's prediction was probably wrong because I mean, Wujio did do it. He just happens to have access to the test environment. So I don't even know if he actually used the test environment or if he just got disqualified because he has access to it, is what it sounds like. So honestly, I feel kind of bad for the guy because um, I think he went in blind, which was the spirit of the contest. And I think he succeeded, which means he did it in 3 days, or not even 3 days. On the fourth day? Yeah, so he did it in 3 days. Yeah, but that was a team of people. That was Empyrean Gaming. Um, Empyrean Gaming apparently got the world first, and they're a big PoE2 group or PoE group. But they're a team of people, so they get way more like loot finding and stuff like that. They can build their builds way faster because they are extremely organized. Um, they do a really good job of getting builds that are synergistic and then just banging through the game. And that's just kind of what they do, right? They get to peak power as fast as possible, and then they hard farm the hardest content. And they just make tons and tons of in-game currencies and stuff like that. And then they, buy a bunch of really crazy builds with all their in-game currencies. And then they make videos based on like, how much damage can we do with just the regular normal basic attack? And then they go and like one-shot bosses with just a normal attack. So those guys getting, and they play on softcore too. They don't play on hardcore. So those guys getting world first is not even a little bit shocking. Um, just because of their experience. Sorry, I'm going to eat real quick. I'm a little hungry. But that's not hardcore, that's not solo self-found, that's not any of that. In order to put out um, in order to put out the damage numbers that Empyrean Gaming and those fools usually put out, they play a couple of really glass cannon builds. They usually have like a buffer. They have, the main damage dealer. They've got a couple of people who are literally just running around picking up loot. Their whole thing is kind of crazy. But also they die like a lot, right? Because they push really hard content really fast. And because there's so many people, the content is even harder because it scales on the number of people you have in your map. And so especially the person who's playing the glass cannon just dies like all the time. I imagine they probably could get through hardcore and do a good job. But the logistics of that would be a nightmare because if somebody gets killed, then you got to like wait for them to make their character and come back and catch up to you. Or you got to like go back and get them. I'm sure it's a terrible nightmare. I mean, Once Human is a very different style game. the the experience requirements for levels in Once Human are so small compared to something like Last Epoch. Oh yeah, beans and rice is so good. Mm-hmm. The power scaling in Once Human is really weird too. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Khaleesi? How are you today? Good evening. Just regular old white rice and some good old fashioned pinto beans. I do like me some jasmine rice. I really do. This is just plain old regular white rice, though. Do they look nasty? I love me some pinto beans. Alright, creating a new character. Seasonal character. Going for the pally again. We are gonna be survival hermit. This name come back yet? No, it hasn't. You know, that's about what I think too, Skoski. When are your games getting updates there, Khaleesi? All right, away we go. Once again,
In the beginning,
into the blue.
This land is peaceful.
You will be kicked in 5 minutes. Why will I be kicked in 5 minutes? What are you doing to me, game? don't know if I actually have to talk to this dude, but we're talking to him.
Steal a terror's legacy. We can't go back again.
Nice. Perfect. What you like to see. Breathe out your fire. I'm gonna come right over here. Give me potion. Oh my god, I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh, I wasn't using vengeance. I was using my regular attack. Because I'm stupid. Definitely a problem I run into way too often. I got a weapon that I've actually been expecting to get for a while. Let's face it, nobody is surprised that my dumb ass couldn't even manage to use my skill to attack the enemy. Let's face it. This is par for the course here. Hermit's an idiot. Hermit does idiot things. Pretending as if it's any other way. It's foolish. But hey, let's get some unique boots. I can dig it. Boom. First unique in level 2. What's up? We definitely want some fire resistance.
Smoke. So much destruction. And for what?
Argued with somebody in Discord about Winter Bear. What's the point of arguing with people on Discord? Blighted. Leave the dipshits to themselves.
Where'd you learn to fight? Quick, before it reaches town.
Oh yeah. Just murking this dude. Get murked. Get murked.
Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
All right.
Sounds like the keepers have done work. It's now. Speaking of, I must head there now.
I'm pretty sure the reason the game was saying I was going to be kicked was because I was idle for so long. I don't actually think we're going to get kicked, but we might be about to find out that I'm wrong. Well, let's carry a scepter. We're going to do something kind of fun here. Oh. What I think is true is true. I picked up a couple of a special unique. Here's one. That one's got legendary potential, so I don't want to waste it. But this one has 2 legendary potential. All right. We're going to use this right here, I think. All right, so we're going to hop on the warpath here again just for some leveling action. And we're going to use this unique that I've got here, which basically just does a bunch of fire damage, causes enemies to light on fire with something called spreading flames, and then makes them take even more fire damage.
Skoski says something fun, you mean like a smiley face emoji, and a smiley face emoji, with a couple of smiley face emoji, and last but not least, smiley face emoji, 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 back in a bit bath time, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Thank God it's leaving.
I cannot do that.
All right. I love. I was sick of TTS before I even activated. That was all for you all. Because I care about y'all so much.
I cannot do that.
It's definitely crazy time. Just go ahead and get that on there. Oh yeah. It's not even fair. Not even fair. Don't even have to attack enemies. This is definitely going to be my fastest playthrough. Not that that's actually going to mean anything, because I'm still slow as shit. Y'all are about to see peak hermit speed right here. Faster than a speeding turtle. Is that a snail? Is that a tortoise? No. Super hermit. Yeah. Wrong way. Oopsie. I made a oopsie goof. Let's see, we got some more skill point here. Chance to deal double damage. Oh. Storm Shrine.
This way! You're here to help protect the drake! Tread carefully.
Check this out, something I totally didn't know. You don't actually have to stay there and fight those enemies. Apparently. You can just run right through to the next zone. I've been standing there waiting on spawns and being all slow as shit.
Stand down or die.
Damien Darkrose says, but everything must die, and you must explore every nook and cranny of every level of every place on every map of every region of every game. Also, stop dying.
You stop dying. You can't tell me what to do. I'm my own man. I created myself. It's my party, and I'll die if I want to.
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check.
I think we might go hammered in this time. That javelin build was fun, but I
No.
think it might be time for the old Hammerden. Don't make them secret. Make them right out there in the public. That way I know, so I can have some motivation. Prove all you doubters wrong. I'm the best there is. Gosh darn it. Nobody plays the game better than the survival hermit.
Eterra's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Right.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Damien.
Okay.
I don't have a favorite.
Stay safe. Stay alive.
I loathe and despise each and every one of you equally. You are all nothing but a burden on my sanity.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
Honestly, between how crazy playing hardcore makes me and how crazy chat makes me with the TTS and taking bets on when I'm gonna die, it's a wonder that I have any sanity left. There's a decent chance that I've completely lost my marbles. I'm not even talking to you all. I'm just blabbering to the void. Probably at the end of next month, Damien. Sometime in May.
I cannot do that.
Good old Nuevo Mexico. We had another tornado watch last night here in Illinois, which just made me even happier about not being here anymore. Because I don't like the wind. It very much bothers me. We're definitely doing hammer throw ignite pally. Definitely gonna be a thing. With our ignite hammered in pally, what do we want? We're gonna want symbols. We're gonna want holy aura. We're gonna want smite. Probably go ahead and get rebuke again. So let's just start that off here. What do we want with rebuke? Mana regen, health. Let's go down this path first this time.
You're here for the Epoch. Reaching me was impressive, but it's mine. Core member wing.
Oh, member wing.
The Epoch is ours. Raya, aid me.
So this is the fourth different type of Sentinel character, right? The fire spinny, the javelin thrower, Amradin. What was the one before the fire spins? I'm pretty sure the first one was fire spins also. I think I just didn't get very far with that one. So I've had two characters now that have gotten really far, and that was the fire spin and the javelin.
No, get me out of here.
I will likely be able to get this character pretty far also, because I have a really good item to help me out with that already, which is this this scepter. So I should be pretty much cruising through the storyline here. So as long as I take time to do stuff like my health and ignite chance. Is there no ignite chance on this? Okay. Fire damage. Actually, maybe the ignite chance is here. Doesn't look like it. Let's do all resistances while channeling. Sure. I'm not going to be channeling, am I? That was a stupid waste. And let's get some vitality, right? Can I not have vitality? What? Why not have any vitality shards? That seems unlikely. Hammer throw is a strength skill, though. So let's just go ahead and do that. Ooh, nice. Got a crit. Bonus up that health. Nice. Nice. Get some health on this ring.
He's been...
You're back. Lena, I'm sorry to you too. This is what's best for us all.
I will not be playing a glass kid. That's how you die, especially when you're as bad as I am. Let's face it, we're bad. We're super, super bad. We let our last character die, even though I explicitly had a skill to not die from that attack.
What is this place? Where did the Osprix go? I'll have to check my surroundings.
It was just so sad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What are these enemies even gonna do? Hammers orbit me. Y'all ready for this? Now they follow me as I go. Boom. Just murder everything as I run through it. What's that? Don't even have to care? Oh, okay. Don't even care.
And who are you?
Billy Mack shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Come on, take the money and run. Come on, take the money and run. Ah, yeah. This is a story about Billy Joe and Bob Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do. Sit around the house, get high and watch the tube. Here's what happened when they decide to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso, where they ran into a great big hassle.
Gods be with you. Stay safe.
Puke. Everything is burninating. I am the burninator.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
Burninate. Burninate.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Hang on just a second, I'm getting some Discord messages. Ooh, how long you been a follower for, Damien? What's it say? Oh. Is that something I'm supposed to set up? Because if I'm supposed to set it up, I didn't.
I cannot do that.
What brings you here? Eterra's grace be with you.
Okay, well, as long as we both don't have any idea, then that's perfectly fine. I just didn't want to be the only one who didn't know what the hell was going on. Kill the champion, kill the champion.
Do that. I cannot 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 do that.
It's something you gotta do in the morning? Hey, there's my sword. Oh no. Falconer in level 99 got killed. Pobrecito. I feel so bad for you. It would feel worse for you if I hadn't also just lost my character. But, you know, misery loves company.
Only a little longer. Impressive. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
I cannot do that.
Oh no.
I cannot do that.
A level 99 paladin just died.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
It's gonna be like a month before this race is over. We're having such a hard time. Everybody keeps dying. Everybody keeps dying.
I see.
What? Go on then. Bah.
You gotten to the point of seeing the boss? No.
I can. The gods have long.
No, not even close, dude.
But their memory will
Not even close.
be safe, traveler.
What are my plans about Once Human Being? I honestly don't know. Do not know. What I do know is I really want a new scenario for Once Human. I don't need a chance to deal double damage because we're igniting. We want attack speed. We want extra projectiles. Do we want a Nova? Yeah, I like that. I just, when I came back to Once Human, Mr. Bean, I told myself that I was just going to stream Once Human. And that was the only game I was going to stream because I think being on the same game is better as far as the consistency of your community, because people tend to watch people for certain videos or certain games. And so I wanted to have that consistency, right? And I wanted to grow the community just around that singular game. The problem with that is I'm not the kind of person who just plays one game. And I honestly don't think that most people just play singular games. And so eventually I was going to lose part of the community anyway, because they were going to, move on to whatever game they were playing. And so while I think it's going to fracture the community a little bit, I think I'm ultimately just going to play whatever random game suits my fancy at whatever random time it suits my fancy. When new scenarios of Once Human come out, I'll probably go back and play some Once Human. We've got this race thing going on with Last Epoch right now. Last Epoch is one of my favorite games of all time, so we're going to play some of that. Just not going to get too bogged down trying to force ourselves to define specifically what we're going to be doing. For the sake of my own enjoyment, really more than anything.
I cannot do that.
Well, so it is and it isn't. The streamers who are at the top of their the streamers who are at the top of their niche, people like Zazarian, who's running this, or like Z1 Gaming, who is really kind of at the top of the survival niche. Well, maybe not the tippy top, but I mean, he's pretty popular in the survival niche. These individuals tend to start their games, start their channels pretty specifically. And they start on just a game, right? Like Zazarian started on Path of Exile, and he only played Path of Exile for years, starting his channel. And so so I think that was probably a big part of the problem for me, is that, you know, I was playing Once Human, and then I moved over to New World, and then I moved over to Albion Online, and then I started playing Ark, and now I'm playing Last Epoch, so I go through a lot of different genres. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We're just going, man, doing stuff. I'm just gonna play video games, talk into a microphone. We're gonna see what happens. Well, I don't think that's all that matters, but it's definitely a big part of it. Definitely a big part of it.
Do that.
I did just leave a set piece on the ground. I leave set pieces on the ground all the time. Set pieces in Last Epoch aren't really that good.
I cannot do that.
Except for a very few minor cases. I don't really care about the set pieces.
I cannot do that.
Going through the game, doing all the things, throwing freaking hammers. Doo-doo. 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 Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Throws in a Nova. Yeah. Okay, that didn't actually work. I need to unspec. Respec, remove point, remove. Hammer throw deals more damage, costs less mana. Yes, please. Yeah. So there is a cool new thing about sets in this game. where later on you'll be able to
Damien
actually.
Darkrose says I just sang I out loud in time with your singing and all my dogs started barking and my wife is like WTF is wrong with you. I feel bullied and underappreciated.
I cannot do that.
I'm sorry that your wife is bullying you, Damien.
Do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Hell, you want a divorce? Two point oh. Hold on now. Calling yourself Survival Hermit 2.0 makes it seem like you're some sort of an improvement on the original. Okay, and you can't improve on this. Alright? You can be Survival Hermit 0.9 beta version. Not fully realized.
I cannot do that.
But there will never be a 2.0 of this perfection.
I cannot do that.
AOL. Goodness. You are a 38.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Come here, you silly little lizard.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Still have your my spot. That's crazy. I most certainly do not. Going on a trip on our favorite rocket ship. I have to talk to the stupid thing.
I cannot do that. 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 I cannot do that.
You can't kill me, nerd.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Blocking stuff. Blocking stuff.
I cannot do that.
Oh no.
The void gave him such power. If only it hadn't taken his mind as well. In the name of the god.
You seem a little
I think it's gonna read it.
He might be kind enough to show you how to tap into your true.
That's funny.
You've woken. Then close your eyes and focus on the potential.
I don't know if I want to do Forge Guard again, or if I want to go back to Pally. I think I probably want to go back to Pally.
I see that you are still you. That strength will be necessary if our world, our reality, is to have any hope.
Paladin, Paladin. I am a Paladin. 'Cause I do Paladin things. Like face tank, big ol' hits.
Thank you. There is an old passage.
Who can? Who comes a Paladin?
What? Goodbye.
You totally can. Let's see. Is there any lightning stuff? Looks like that's all void. Oh, there we go. Nope. That's just a chain skill. Never mind. Nope. No lightning paladins. So if you wanted to be a lightning paladin, what I would recommend is you make a regular Hammerdin. And then you get the skill Smite. And then you make the Smite lightning, because you can do lightning smites. And then lightning will just beam down out of the sky as you throw your hammers around.
May I take
Totally
a spell
dope.
upon you? Farewell.
Totally dope. Going on a trip. Every time I get to a boss, I'll start fighting. You want me to put the hammer down?
Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
I feel like you could come up with a better catchphrase than that. Gotta make it your own catchphrase. You'll be a new type of Thor. Just copy old Hemsworth there. Yeah, get dookie done. Just hammered in things. Me out.
The cultists.
Nobody cares about the cultists. Nobody freaking cares. Thinking back to see how things are going, and Damien wants hammer time. Hammer time. This is a beat can't touch. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pretty sure I got 2 songs intermixed there. But whatever. Who cares? Alright, stop. Elaborate and listen. I suspect the brand new invention, something is holding me tightly. Ooh, a humming bee. Empower.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Remembering the super bubble's hard. So counterintuitive. The way these games are normally played.
Damien Darkrose says I'm a jackhammer baby and I'm hammering down the line. I'm a jackhammer baby and I'm hammering down the line, so you better get out of my way now before I hammer all over you.
I don't even... What?
Stand down or die.
It sounds like a jazz song, like, I'm a jackhammer baby, and I'm hammering down the line. I'm a jackhammer baby, and I'm hammering down the line. I'm a jackhammer baby, so you better get out of my way before I hammer all over you. It's, the tone in my head was, I'm a vehicle baby. I'll take you anywhere I want to go. That's what those lyrics make me think of. That's the rhythm that I want to sing it to. I didn't quite get it right, but with a little practice, I think we could turn that into a smooth song. I've never heard that one. We didn't really do a ton of marching in the Navy. When I was in when I was in A
Skosky
school.
says he forgot to add a smiley face emoji and a smiley face emoji, then 2 smiley face emoji, and finally some smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Cannot do that.
For real though, right? I bubbled. I bubbled. I'm so good at this game. Oh, dude, my bubble gives me back mana. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Yeah, look at that synergy. Look at all that synergy. Apogee. Syzygy.
I cannot do that.
More healing. More fire damage.
Who are you? Go on.
Yoga. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. Everybody dies. Cause they burninate. Challenge. Hadouken. Tatsumaki Senpu Kayoko. Wow. Hey, that's actually pretty good. 67% increased physical damage. Melee attack speed, movement speed, ward gain on melee hit. It's not half bad. It's not good, but it's not half bad. Forgot about the teleport. Looks like the spin to win filled, but with even less button spam. That's actually more button spam. So I gotta like
Don't do that.
keep hitting the button. I guess I don't have to keep hitting the button. I could probably just hold it. But when I spin to win, I just hold down right click and just move the mouse cursor around. And that's how I spin and I win. I wish there was a way to automatically cast the hammers while I was spin to winning. Let me tell you. If I could auto cast the hammers, I mean, that'd be super broken. That'd be way too many hits. Maybe if I could make the hammers last longer or move slower. And then I could like cast a bunch of them. And then spin. Maybe that would work. I don't really know. I think probably, though, they're just kind of mutually exclusive skills. I think you kind of get one or the other. Ooh, I'm level 19. The next time I get idle slots, I'm gonna start smiting. Actually, go ahead and put that one on there. Will it proc on each hammer hit? So it has a chance, yeah. So the idle can give you up to a 25% chance to cast smite on hit with a thrown attack. So each time these hammers hit, it'll have a chance to proc it. But the problem is it can only proc 10 times every 2 seconds. And having more idols doesn't increase the number of times it can proc. It just adds to the percentage chance. So because I'm going to be getting so many hits in, I probably only need like one of the idols, which is good because I only have one. And in order to get all 10 at, I think my idol has 20% chance, I would need to hit 50 times in 2 seconds, which on a single target, I probably can't with this many hammers. But on like a big group, I certainly could. So I'll probably need to get up to like 2 of them. Try and get up closer to like 50% chance to proc it. So that on single targets, it'll proc all 10 every 2 seconds. And then once we can do that, we'll just be worrying about ignites and damage over time and tankiness. Gotta have the tankiness. Booyah! But Hammered In is just a wildly fun build. That Just doing too much damage. Goodness gracious, it's good.
Farewell.
It's not even fair, honestly, that I have this scepter that I have, this flame scepter, because I would not be cruising like I am if I couldn't just flame scepter my way through all this. But as soon as you get one of these fire starter torches, it's just game over. Move in so much faster than I normally do. And I'm even still stopping and like killing all the enemies and shit. Oh, is this the boss? Holy crap.
I cannot do that.
I pooched the timing there. That was bad.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
That was much better. Alright. We can now specialize another skill, which is going to be the Smizzity Smite. And we're just worried about Ignite Chance. Well, bump the heal area a little. Get that Ignite Chance up a little. And as soon as we find ourselves a waypoint, we're going to waypoint up. We're going to go back to base. We're going to... Oh, we don't have more idle slots yet. As soon as we get more idle slots... I actually think I get more idle slots for this side quest right here. Let's go do this side quest. I think it's a side quest. I don't even know where I am anymore. Bendwin's still broken as hell. I can't believe that I would be going faster if I was still just using this skill. That's crazy. Because as soon as you hit anything with that spreading flames, it just dies.
I can...
Which I guess probably means I can move faster with the hammers. I've been kind of standing around, like, staying near the enemies until they die. That doesn't appear to be necessary. Looks like they just die to the spreading flames. So it looks like as long as I keep some hammers going, I could probably just run right through the game. At least in these early parts. Like, not even fight anything. Throw a hammer out every now and then. Let it do its work. This is hilarious. You know, that's not the worst idea. It would definitely save my hands. If I did something like that, though, it would probably get me DQ'd from the race. And I wouldn't want to, Yeah, because I mean, technically, that's a very light form of botting. I could understand maybe if it was an accessibility thing, like, um, if I was missing a hand or something like that, and so I just couldn't interact with as many keys, then I think it would be different. But I mean, if I was running this thing, I would DQ me for.
Stand down or die.
Gonna do so much ignite. Gonna do so much ignite. It's gonna feel so very right. Zap.
I cannot do that.
Zap. Zap. Get zapped. All y'all get zapped. Everybody getting zapped. Zappy zappy. Been doing a lot of talking to myself in the past hour or so. I keep looking over and seeing that my mute button is muted.
Stand down or die.
I think I'm losing it. I think I'm losing it.
Stand down or die.
Ooh, level 22. Yo, boy. Check this out. I'm gonna tank this slam. Look at all those hammers. Look at all those hammers. Oh yeah. Get fucking wrecked. Oh, that was beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. I'm really enjoying this. This is just all of the fun. All of the fun that can possibly be had. All rolled into one. I'm about to get some smite action soon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm not gonna know what to do with myself.
I cannot do that.
Do need to take a minute, probably. I'm moving a little too fast. I am gonna need to stop and get myself some resistances and look into some more hit points and some more armor and some stuff like that, because I am just flying through the game right now and I haven't looked at anything. That's bad. That's bad, okay? Ooh. Don't you come up to the lab? See what's on the slab. Alright, poison resist, armor, attunement. Yeah, give me some of that. Oh, let's throw a slab on there. Why not? What do we got in this ring? Ooh. Sucks. Yo, what's up, Dullex? One day to go. One day to go till what? Till once human. The race probably won't be over. I thought it was going to take 3 to 5 days, but it looks like it's actually going to take longer than that, Dullex.
I cannot do that.
I think I was talking to myself just now. What I was saying though is it's probably going to take more than one more day for the race to finish, because so far I don't think anybody's claimed any of the prizes. So, it's probably still going to be a little while, dude. Reaper's Shrine. Reap everything. Ooh, nice. Legendary helmet. Or unique helmet, not legendary. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Pop, you're all dead. You get a hammer in the face, and you get a hammer in the face. Everybody gets hammers in the face. Face hammers.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Yeah. Do I have? Still don't.
A great battle was lost here.
More ignites.
Darkness is all that is left.
More smites. What do we got? We got 20 more minutes. Yeah, I can get to the end of this. Kill this boss before we have to reset, for sure. Then we'll take a beat. We'll heal up a little bit. Or, we'll fix our gear a little bit. And then we'll move on to Act 4. Oop. More smites. Spanish. Don't need any of those things. Need passives, though. Actually, should probably look at the passive tree. 49 chance. I went the wrong way. Thankfully, I got a Glyph of Despair. Yo, it's actually insane how good this is. I can't freaking even, dude. Not even fair. Literally just run. If you could know for certain that you were gonna get the Fire Starter Scepter, this is like a super good league start. The Fire Starter Scepter is fairly common. I guess you could burn your first few runes of Ascendance on it. Try and get it that way. I'd have some luck. I'd have to look. I don't know how many unique scepters there are. So I don't know what the percent chance of getting it is. Like that spear that I was using has like a 13% chance to be what you get when you Rune of Ascendance a spear. Because there just isn't a lot of unique spears that are super common like that one is. So you just have an extremely high chance of getting it. My sword, you have like a 7% chance, the sword that I was always using. And then, I don't know, it's also similar, the shield throw shield also has about a 7% ascendance chance. Alright. We're back down here, turning this quest. It gives me the idle slots that I want. Does.
May a terror smile upon you.
Nope. More ignite chance. Alright, let's go kill this boss. Bossy, bossy, bossy. No more bossy. I can't believe that I lost my spear pet kit. Makes me so sad. Back over here, you little shit. Give me idols. Ooh, smite. Da 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 da. La da da. I've been living for the weekend. No, not anymore. Here comes that familiar feeling. Body's screaming for. Scorpion.
I cannot do that. I cannot.
I have no mana. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Regeneration, intelligence. Nope, this one's definitely better. Nice. I want to ride my bicycle. Hey, it's boss time, baby. To Butthead. Didn't mean to tank that. Oopsie daisy.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
We got him, chat.
After eons alone.
And here he dead. Got more passives, get more ignites. Thems are the rules right there.
Seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the...
There's no way
The rest will be up to you.
that I don't have more idle slots. How long does it take to get more idle slots? I am so fudging annoyed right now. But this is the spot where we're going to put y'all on a black screen for a moment. I'm going to exit the desktop, and we're going to reset this bad boy. We're going to work a little bit on our gear. And then we're going to crank on through the rest of this game so we can get back to endgame. While I wait for this, I'm going to go strain the beans and stuff real quick, so I'll be right back. And we'll get back into it. Okay, I'm back. And no more black screen. Enter the game. Hardcore solo account found. Level 26. Paladin. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Let's get into it.
I see. Yes? Stay safe.
I need the ability to cast my smites.
What do you want?
Well, let's actually go over here and sell some stuff.
Yes.
Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Craft on that real quick. Don't need that. Go. Don't need that. Hope. We'll craft on that a little bit, maybe. Get rid, get rid. Rid. Do that. That. Nope. 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 Alright. Put all this random shit in here.
Be well.
Why did I hang on to that? Alright, let's get our craft on. First things first. We want a couple of healths. Then we want health percentage. Oh, and we got the crit. We got the crit, boys and girls. Let's hit some fire damage over time. Perfect. Drop that on the ground. What does this have? Fire damage, strength, health, res. Okay, that's never going to be good enough. Take a look at this ring. We got fire damage, health, block chance. We got necro resist, health regen, healing effectiveness, damage over time. So what we want to do here is let's see if we can chaos this into, bam, damage over time. Let's see if we can chaos this into throwing damage and reduce mana cost. Exactly what I wanted. Holy shnikes. Block chance is fine, and then let's go ahead and just add a wee bit of HP on there. Whoops. Okay. That was stupid awesome.
I cannot do that.
Sometimes you hit that luck and it's just like, oh.
Stand down or die.
should be done right now. Like, if any of the actual good players had all the equipment and all the luck that I'm having right now with this build, like, we'd be in the end game already. I am so flippin' slow. Honestly, I could probably just skip all the story and just go to maps. We're only 30 levels below where we should be. Totally do it. The Cave Druid's Tome.
Stand down or die.
Health on kill, increased damage over time, yes. Please, armor and health. Honestly, I think I want damage over time. Do I need damage over time? Probably not. I don't think this goes back the way I want it to go.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, another level. Ooh, had 2 levels on there. Oh, that was Smite. No, it wasn't. I'm losing my freaking mind over here, y'all. Losing my friggin' mind. Good golly gracious.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
A siege captain. Has a severe case of deadness. Goodness gracious, you can get a lot of hammers going. This is honestly pretty baller. Holy shnikes, y'all. Every build is better than the last one. I am definitely after the stream, after we get up a little bit into maps, probably once we get to empowered maps or before we get to empowered maps, I'm going to need to do a little bit of research. I have played Ignite Hammered In before, but it has been a long time. And there are a lot of new uniques out there. So if I can get something that can help with like throwing attack speed or the duration that my hammers stay out or anything like that.
Stand down or die.
I feel like that'd be pretty great. So I'll be looking up some stuff tonight. And then by tomorrow, as long as I'm not dead, we'll be cooking with gas. Let's just murderize all these enemies here.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, they just run into my wall of stuff. Yeah, you have a good night, Dullex. Get you some sleep. Most important part of the day is sleeping. Right. Dodge rating boots. Cold resistance ring. None of those are really useful for me at all. Just kind of hit the empower button for fun. Health gain on block, increase melee damage. Meh. And definitely not better. Okay. We kill everything.
Stand down or die.
R. Specialize in. Let's actually go in here. Let's get that. Get that. Nice. Ooh, I'm definitely going to use the ring that auto-casts Symbols of Hope. Yeah. Get a couple of those. So we're definitely going to look for some stuff that does buffs when I use Symbol of Hope. That'll, like, save my life. So I don't die again. Cause I'm tired of dying. Stunning Shrine. Phoenix Shrine. Kill this guy till he's dead.
Stand down or die.
Ooh, level 29. Cruising right along. Oh yeah, you thought you were a champion. Not even close though, dude. Not even close though. Nemesis time. Ooh, what is this? Something I can't wear. A lot of this stuff seems like it might be good though. We're going to empower it just to see if maybe we get some luck here. Oh my god. Get destroyed. Oh, holy shit. This is great. This is the most fun. This is the most fun. Oop, get some more of that action. There's a lightning enemy up here that we normally skip. And I don't think I'm going to skip it. I think I'm just going to murk him. I think that's faster. It's not faster, but it's going to be funny, and I'm really happy about it. One of my favorite things about making new characters after you die is how much more overpowered you are. And so how much revenge you get to take on some of the things throughout, you know, the campaign and the early maps and stuff. It really kind of held you back the first couple of times through. You know, the run to get from starting point to where you were at before is just always just faster and faster and faster every time. And I really like it. It's balanced really well. So for the race too, I think that's pretty interesting because I think myself and pretty much everybody else who did the race sort of went about it the wrong way. So I think the best thing to do the first time would probably have been to make a really, really good farming character. Somebody that could kill a lot of enemies really fast and push your corruption on your timeline. And farm some really, really good gear. And then make a new character. And then just equip the shiznit out of them to go kill what's his face with. And then honestly, if you failed, because you already have that other really high tier character, I feel like that gives you a little bit of a buffer. Because you could just farm up a new build. I feel like we all sort of underestimated how difficult it was going to be to solo self-found kill this boss. I guess the other option is playing a character that has two good builds, right? One that is good for clear, and then one that's super good for bossing. And then just, because you can respec now, the specializations, just respecing the specialization probably would have been a better option. But probably kind of dumb for me to be chasing this guy down. He's not going to have any loot that I need, but it's fine. We are going to decimate this boss. This is going to be comedy gold right here. Adios, buddy boy. Adi freaking os.
It is a wonder I didn't drown in my armor.
Okay, I want to go back to the ruined era. Back to my city here. Because I just got the points I need. Okay. Definitely need to stack strength because of this. And we need to go check our inventory and pull out our smite here. Let's see, Vizrez, damage over time, damage over time. What is this? Chance to ignite lightning damage. That one can come off. And for that, we put on 19% chance to cast smite when you hit with a throwing attack. Fire pen with melee, unfortunately, that's not great. But I think we should be solid.
It is a wonder I didn't drown in my armor.
You washed up? It's yeah, I'll only slow you down. Please, go on without me.
Oh yeah. Only got 19% chance. Look at all those smites coming down. That's wonderful. Yep, it plays just as good as I remember.
Stand down or die.
This is straight up stupid. How do you guys expect to beat me?
I cannot do that.
Let's start leveling up towards the cleanse. I think we're doing more than enough on the ignite front. The spreading flames is pretty stupid. Only took 4 days. It's funny. It's a good game. It's definitely one that I would recommend to pretty much anybody. Everybody in the world might not like it, but I think if somebody doesn't like this game, it's not because the game is bad, it's because they just don't happen to like this particular genre.
Stand down or die.
I also always recommend games like this where the primary continued form of monetization is cosmetic, because a lot of times it means, you pay that box price and then you're going to still be getting updates and content releases and stuff like that. So the game never really loses its value for you into the future. And so you get to support if you want and if you're able. And if you're not, you're still just getting new stuff. It took a year between major content releases this time. I don't imagine that's going to be the case in the future, but it might be. I don't know. I would prefer for them to take their time and do a good job like they did this time than rush it and put out garbage. So whatever cadence they need to go at,
Hey now.
I'm happy.
I've seen how you handle yourself. All you need to do
I'm glad you got the game.
Then I
You gonna make yourself a Thor character? Allie's definitely the way to go in my opinion. I haven't made very many characters in this game that aren't paladins, and all of my characters have been sentinels. And I've actually never made a Void Knight, so I've only made paladins and forged guards. Oh, why did I banish? I meant to empower. Stupid. Ooh, experience shrine. Nice. Seven Days to Die bunch, so missed a bunch of streams. Hey, what's up, Naughty? How are you? We have been playing the new season launch of Last Epoch. The content creator Zizarin. Oh, I forgot to click something over here. I'm an idiot. The content creator Zizarin. Not hosted. Whatever. Got together with Shopify Rebellion and set up a race for hardcore solo self-found players. Hardcore just means if you die, you lose your character. Solo self-found means you can't trade or anything like that. Can't play with other people. And so we joined in and have been trying to get to endgame and, not make a total fool of ourselves. We're not doing a great job. But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. Lost a couple of really good characters, level 89 and a level 79. And so we're just trying to get back up to max level again. There still hasn't been anybody who's claimed any of the prizes. So we still have a chance, although there are a lot of people who are a lot further along than me on their accounts. So we will see. It is a great game. I've really been enjoying it. Really, really been enjoying it. It's something I've had. We haven't played Ark in a while. It's been over a month, maybe a month and a half since I played Ark. Ark was just frustrating me to a degree that I don't know if I can go back to Ark. Some of the decisions that have been getting made by Snail Games and stuff like that is just really, really upsetting to me. From a monetization perspective and stuff. So I really don't know if I'll ever be going back. I hate to say never, because I guess it's possible. But I think there are better games that are coming out in the survival genre space. I mean, when it comes down to just a game, Ark is a great game. There are some problems with the way its PvP is set up that I would change, but those are preferences of mine, not necessarily not necessarily that the way things are is bad, Just that I have a preference for something else, and I think more people have a preference for something else. But, and I like the dev studio. You know, Wildcard has always tried to do a really good job. With putting their consumers first. And Snail Games has really kind of ruined that reputation for them by really over monetizing Ark in kind of scummy ways to try and get, you know, their money's worth or whatever out of their investment. And so I kind of really just want Wildcard to step away from Snail Games. I don't know what sort of contracts they have or what sort of obligations they have with them.
This squared. I wish I'd seen it. I can only imagine how she feels.
But I would especially like to see Wildcard branch out for... Well, it's not just that there are so many paid DLCs, but it's how the DLCs exist in the game. When you have a game like Ark that is so PvP oriented, and on the PvP servers, you have all of these creatures that you have to buy to be able to interact with, then you just create this system where you don't have a choice but to buy the DLCs. And so there always used to be DLCs in Ark, right? In Survival Evolved, you had a new map like every year. And they were always paid DLCs except for the, you know, the community maps that got added also. But if you didn't buy those DLCs, then you could still access the new creatures and the new structures by teaming up with people who did have the DLCs. Or even trading or looting or anything like that. You just straight up can't interact with the trait mechanic, and you straight up can't interact with the Dreadmare, and you straight up can't, you know, interact with the paid DLCs now unless you bought them, but they're still active in the official servers. You know, I could even understand, you know, needing to buy the DLCs in order to interact with those things, as long as then you didn't add them to the official servers. But as soon as you put that stuff in your official server network, you make it imperative to purchase. And that just feels awful.
Word of advice. Don't ask her about the diamond matrons. You'll regret it.
So I would just love to see Ark go back to the really consumer first approach that they used to have to monetization when they first started. I mean, that game was a beacon of consumer focused monetization. The openness, their modding environment is so good. I'm not a really good programmer or anything, but everything about that game, the entire development environment is open through through the Unreal Engine. So you could just get in there and mess with their code and, you know, make new assets and, I mean, all kinds of stuff that was really, really good. And it was all just integrated right there alongside everything that Wildcard was doing. And so it made it easier to update when new updates came out. You know, it was really, really focused on community modding and giving the players as much as possible for as little as possible, and creating access and celebrating some of the community creators, right? By getting some of the community made maps pushed out as official free DLCs. That was one of the things I forgave wildcards so much when it came to Ark Survival Evolved, because of the fact that they put out free DLCs on their official server network that were mod maps that they just went ahead and they put a little work into to make sure that some of the jank was worked out of them, and then put them out in an even better state as official maps. I thought that was wonderful. Probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen a company do when it came to generating DLCs and stuff. And so to go from that to the system that we saw in Survival Ascended, and especially considering Survival Ascended was just a re-release of Evolved for the sake of being able to change their monetization practices, is what it felt like. It felt like they put out Ascended for no other reason than to be able to monetize it differently than Evolved. And that felt really scummy.
Stand down or die.
Similar to 7 Days to Die, I love finding new mods to set up new servers for friends to try it out. Yeah. Well, and the survival genre in general is a really good genre for modding, because you can add new items, you can add new mechanics, you can add new collectibles and gatherables, you can add new craftables, you can add just all kinds of stuff through mods. And if you have a really good system for adding that stuff in, and you open up that system to your modding community, then you're basically just getting an infinite amount of content for free from your community, right? They'll make new maps, they'll make new items, they'll make new mechanics. I mean, you've seen Minecraft has the most insane modding community ever, and especially for the first however many years it was out. Like, Minecraft was a super bare bones, like, nothing game. It had nothing in it. It had like 3 enemies and 6 gatherables. I mean, it was insane. And modders just went crazy with it because it was a great environment to mod in. So we'll see. I'm kind of hopeful for Arc 2. Maybe, some of the backlash and stuff from Arc 1 will change how things are handled with Arc 2. I can be hopeful for that. I'll probably try it. I'm so excited for Light No Fire, and I don't even know anything about it. I mean, we have literally zero information. I am frothing at the mouth to play that game. Honestly, I think that's probably too many points in that blind there. Probably need to take those back. But when that game comes out, I don't care how it isn't what I hope it is, right? What I'm really hoping for is like an MMO What I'm expecting we're gonna get is something a little more akin to No Man's Sky, with the sharding and only so many people really being visible at any given time and stuff like that. What I'd really like to see is a full-on MMO with server meshing and stuff, but I don't think that's what we're gonna get. We'll see. But either way, whether it's what I think it should be or not, there is going to be at least the No Man's Sky-esque system where structures that other people build will still be visible to you, even if it's more of a static thing than it is a dynamic, like, runtime thing. So I think either way it's going to be really cool. And I'm very excited. Another game I'm excited for and I still haven't played, and I'm hopeful for maybe some continued support for it, is Nightingale.
I cannot do that.
I think if Nightingale gets maybe some more something, some more items, some better crafting, I don't know, something, it would probably be a really cool game. Yeah, I think it's in my Steam's wishlist too. I've just never played it. Did I just beat the boss? Pretty sure I just killed the boss and didn't even notice. Oh, no, here's the boss. All right. More Ignite chance. What do we got on our Ignite chance? 182% with 188 damage. So I probably won't like and may not play Dune Awakening. I don't know. It'll need to come out on NVIDIA GeForce Now, which it looks like it's going to be a day one on GeForce Now. But also, I don't know if the PvP system is going to be something I can get behind. Yeah, I am still grandfathered in with GeForce Now, but only till the end of this year. I got 8 more months. Yeah. 8 more months till I gotta figure something else out. I don't want to go in here. Why am I going in here? Man, it's always this time of day. I just get something in my throat. Get it out. Gotta be an allergies thing or something. I don't know. Some plant around here that puts out its spores or something. I still think the GeForce Now, I mean, when I really think about it, and I think about, you know, like the average gamer, most people just aren't spending more than 100 hours in a month. I mean, that's 25 hours a week playing video games. And so, for the just regular gamer, it's still an incredible deal. Especially because of how much it ultimately saves you when it comes to buying your rig. I mean, you could have a cheap little $300 or $400 single board computer and no problem running games. Watch some streamers play Aska, which seems cool. Viking type, yeah. So there's another one also that came out that's right along the same style as Aska, the mask one. And I thought the whole mask concept was actually really cool. Full mask, there you go. Yeah, I thought that whole concept was really cool. There's a game, I don't know if it's out yet. I played a little bit of a demo for it a while back. I think actually before I even played Once Human. But you get these little minions that you can like set up programs for. I don't think you're actually using any sort of coding, scripting or anything, but it has sort of its own internal scripting language. It's sort of like a visual scripting language, I think, that you use to get these little minions to accomplish certain tasks and stuff. Do stuff inside of your base, or follow you around and fight with you, or a bunch of different stuff like that. And I thought that was really cool. The demo was pretty limited, and my computer didn't like running the demo very much, so I didn't really get to try it out much. But it's something I've been trying to keep my eye on in case it launches, and there's something interesting about it. That dude, when he does his spinny move, says profane miasma, but I always think he says cocaine miasma. So in my head, he's always going, cocaine miasma. Let's see, we want to get some armor here, so we can get down to that. But yeah, I'm excited to see so many people experimenting with survival games. I don't think any of them have come out and just been really, really cool. But there have been some new cool mechanics that have come out. You know, the thrall system of Soul Mask and I think Aska are both pretty interesting. Much, much better than the thrall system, I think, of Conan Exiles. And so I like the idea of like a one-person tribe kind of a thing. And so that's a cool little aspect of the game. You know, we've got games like Once Human, that are trying out kind of seasonal play and stuff like that, which I think is very important. I have not played Enshrouded. So that's the other thing that I'm excited about, though, is games like Enshrouded and not Lost Skies, but the other one where you own the floating island, basically. Whatever that game's called. But games like that that are like single player, but that allow you to bring part of your single player playthrough into other players' playthrough, I think is really, really cool. Aloft. There you go. Yeah, so the gameplay in Aloft does seem limited, but the fact that your whole home island comes with you when you go visit other people's game worlds is so cool. Because now, you have this ability to kind of hop around and play with your friends or, meet new people. Something that needs to start happening with some of these games like Enshrouded that give you the ability to sort of inhabit your character anywhere, um, anywhere, no matter who you're playing with, is really, really cool. Because if they, sorry, so what they need to start doing with these is start having community hubs, whether they be attached to the game or not. There needs to be some sort of a way to start communicating with other players who have similar interests or who want to try out, some cool thing that they need other people for. And, stuff like Reddit or Discord don't really cut it for that. Maybe Discord could cut it for that if you had a really, really well-made Discord channel. But you almost need like a social media platform specifically designed for each of those games individually that would allow people to communicate outside the game and, go to join and do stuff together and mess around and stuff. Need more tough enemies. Once you get decent food and rest buffs, you can kill everything. Well, and so I don't think Aloft is in its full release state, is it? I think Aloft is still in an early access, yeah? So that's kind of to be expected. That's a really bad trend that's happening in survival games. So the base stuff of survival games, the make food, the craft things, the set up your base. A lot of survival games seem to get to that point and not be necessarily focusing a lot on combat or, the moment to moment gameplay feel. And they put out a quote unquote early access where there aren't really good enemies and there aren't really good combat mechanics, and all they've really done is create a gathering and crafting system inside of, whatever world they've built. And then they put that in early access and everybody plays it and goes, well, this game is really fucking boring. It gets review bombed. And then nobody actually ever tries it again. So they go into a 1.0 release and everybody's like, oh yeah, that was the game that sucked. And they need to stop doing that. Combat is an extremely important part of survival games. A huge part of surviving, unless you're playing a cozy game, right? Unless you're playing Stardew Valley, you need to have good combat. You can't put anything out until then. Played 75 hours waiting for new content. Yeah, I mean that's it. And yeah, I mean there's nothing to do about that but putting out new content. Maybe survival games could take a page out of ARPG books. You ever play Atlas? That was just fun. Got, I played a little bit of Atlas a while after it came out. By the time I got into it, it seemed pretty dead. I didn't see any other players at all. And so I think I played about 2 hours in that game before I just went back to Ark. I felt like Ark ran better. Just generally was a better game. And so I didn't really see any point in playing Arc 0.0 or 0.9, when I could play Arc 1.0. It basically seemed like it had all the same bugs, but so that is something I never got into. And that is probably something I would have really enjoyed. So shipbuilding. Which is why I'm pretty excited. Crosswinds. Pretty excited for Crosswinds coming out. I think that's going to be cool. Okay. Activating Symbol of Hope now heals you for a portion of your maximum health, 10% per point, so I can get that up to 20%. You activate Symbols of Hope, gain ward equal to a portion of your maximum health, 2% per point. Symbol of Hope costs less mana, and the active effect lasts longer. Hope active effect also grants haste. Good chance to regain a symbol after activation. Symbols of Hope activate. Okay, I think we're going to head down this way. So, Last Oasis has, kind of a similar mechanic with the walkers. I thought Last Oasis was going to be outstanding. And the moment-to-moment gameplay in that game is probably really good. Something that more survival games would probably take a note from Last Oasis and maybe Atlas also, is reversal mechanics. Last Oasis has, grappling hooks and gliders, and Ark really started leaning into this when, they started coming out with like the new spider or whatever that's a permanent grappling hook that has, more of a swingy movement to it than regular grappling hooks, because regular grappling hooks and arcs are trash. But, things like the Bloodstalker and the Cosmos have really cool grappling effects. And then they've got, the glider suit, and then eventually you got the Sonoma Crops was really cool for traversal. And so one of the, I think, really important things about survival games is having lots of different ways to go about traversing the environment. And I would really love to see, and having some mobile based stuff. Mobile bases are an incredible amount of fun because they create limits that drive creativity. There's no creativity in base designs in Ark when it comes to like your big huge bases, because the amount of space you're taking up just means that you just place down whatever you want, right? You just have these big, huge, massive, gargantuan structures that are going down all the time. And that's cool, but when you have a strict limit to what you can place, you know, how much area your base can take up, and when the stuff that you might want exceeds or has the chance to exceed the space that you can take up. I always had a lot of fun building like Quetzal bases and stuff because you only get so many structures. And so there's a lot of really interesting stuff to do when it comes to figuring out, you know, how few ceilings can I place to get all these structures down. Because if I can do it in one less ceiling, then that means I get one more furnace or, you know, one more crafting bench or whatever that I can put on this Quetzal base. And that's one of the biggest benefits to really quality, like, moving base systems, is that they lend themselves really well to very strict limits of size and number of structures. And then you just, you know, you get people in there who are just super creative, who are stacking things in super interesting ways and, you know, setting things up so that they can maximize that little bit of space that they have to get everything that they need. It becomes kind of an art. It's just another form of exploration, right? And if you don't have that, then you're just automatically making your game less explorable. And that's not fun. Oh, I went the wrong way. Gosh, I am massacring everything. This is so obscene. Cannot defeat me. I defeat you. At the end of the season, absolutely gravy. It'll automatically do it. So all of your characters will get preserved in perpetuity. And the legacy will also continue to change. If it's anything like PoE 2 or PoE, then what'll happen is when there's a new season, Legacy is just always one season behind. So you make your seasonal character, and then, so right now... Oh, no, sorry. Legacy... So Legacy is in the same place as the seasonal. The seasonal is just a fresh wipe of the economies and characters and stuff like that. So all of the new content is still also in the legacy server, but all of your characters are there. So you could have started off the season with like a level 100 character and just gone out and farmed, you know, the new uniques or whatever. So the seasonal is just kind of a fresh wipe, fresh start for your account. Which is typically the most popular way to play ARPGs. There are some people who primarily play the legacy, but for the most part, everybody I know plays seasonal. And then if you get really bored and you just want to absolutely destroy stuff, then you jump on your legacy character that has all the resources you've ever consumed or gathered from every season you've ever played, and you build one just outrageously powerful build.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, you get that grind. What character are you playing right now? Still playing your spin to win? How's that going? Boop. 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 Spinny's a good time.
You should have seen you. Yeah.
I've heard of your power. Let's see.
Oh, get murked, dude. Holy shnikes, I'm strong. Get killed. What are you gonna do, Spy Master Zarek? Not gonna do nothing. You're going nowhere.
Now's our chance.
I believe in you, Gravy. I think you can do it. Then you can get your specialization class and feel super cool. Dreidel, 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 I made you out of clay. Don't ask me why that popped in my head. It did. Yeah, the loot in this game.
This is Solarum. I can see smoke in the distance. I will not let.
There's just a lot of it.
Another massacre. Stand down or die.
They're just trying to overwhelm you. This guy's gonna be tough, because this zone is tough. This boss is tough. Okay, not tough. Got it. Everybody dies, nobody lives. Mostly pick up stuff when I see health on hit. Know if it's going to be useful later. I mean, health on hit is a great stat. How different is this to PoE 2? Not very. The skill system is different. You don't use skill gems. Instead, each skill has its own skill tree. So for example, this is my hammer throw skill tree. And so you make lots of changes and stuff to how your hammer throw works in here. Instead of using support gems. Yeah, and so then the passive tree for this game is also much less complicated. So the skill coordination and building your skill is a little more complicated than Path of Exile, but the passive tree is just this. So it's very linear. And then some things have some dependencies, and other things don't. And it's just kind of based on how many points you've put into a certain tree. And then you can multi-class. So you pick a base class, which I picked Sentinel. And then you have to put 20 points in your base class's tree. And then when you get 20 points in your base class's tree and you get to a certain point in the storyline, you get to pick your mastery class, which I pick Paladin. And then I can put points in Paladin all the way to here. And how many points I've put in Paladin determines which Paladin skills I have access to. But you can also put points up to this breakpoint in the other two trees for your base class. And you can get some of their skills. You just can't get all of them. So build design is pretty intricate in this game, but not nearly as complicated as Path of Exile is. But also, there just aren't as many skills in this game. You know, when Path of Exile first came out, there were quite a few skill gems, but there weren't nearly as many as there are now. And so your build options were pretty limited. There weren't nearly as many support gems. There weren't nearly as many of a lot of things. The way that they're kind of overcoming that in this game for right now is that some of the uniques have really cool interactions with some of the skills. And so they really, really change the way a build can work based on some of the uniques you have. So uniques are a little more build defining in Last Epoch than they were in Path of Exile. You know, in Path of Exile, some of the uniques would give really big buffs to certain skills, but they didn't change how those skills interacted all that much. So now you get sort of a bigger chain. Yeah, I have a really good item for the skill that I'm using. And so we're just cruising through. This is my third character that I've gotten. I got two characters pretty far through the game. I was in Empowered Monoliths. So I have a lot of the low tier gear that makes the storyline pretty trivial in my account stash for hardcore. So now I can just make new characters and just burst through the story. Although I'm still going pretty slow. But, yeah, we're going to be in maps here pretty soon. I could probably just go map right now. if I went and put on a little bit better gear. But spinny hammers, man. Spinny hammers melt things. All right.
Begone from this land. My flames will scour this place. So be it then. Perish. Pathetic. I do not have much longer.
So what is the maps thing? Best loot chance? Never played. So maps is in Path of Exile, you get like a physical map, and you put it in a device, and it creates like an instance that you go through and you play. And so that's like the end game loop of Path of Exile, is to get this physical map. You put it in the device and you summon a bunch of portals, and then you go in and you kill all the enemies and you loot all the stuff. And so this game has a similar end game loop. Here at the end of time, so last Epoch, there's a lot of sort of time travel and alternate reality sort of lore involved. And so these are monoliths of fate, and they're sort of like shattered pieces of certain timelines. And so you go into these monoliths and you open up. I'll just go open one for you. Because I've already been over here on a character, I can now just teleport over here. But you open up these monoliths, and each one of these is a zone that I can go in. And then if you look over on the bottom right-hand side over here, you've got information. So these are called echoes. Echoes of fate, I think, is what their long form is. But, or maybe echoes of time. But these are sort of events that happened in some timeline, and you're going through and like killing everything in there. So in this echo, enemies will gain frenzy and haste when they are hit, which means they'll move and attack faster. You get modifiers. You get 18% increased item rarity and 5% increased experience gained. And then the echo rewards are primarily glyphs, which are a crafting item. And then you get 10 timeline stability and up to 22 bonus timeline stability. Timeline stability is up here. And basically, you're filling up the timeline stability so that you can access the boss encounter, which is what you do with these 3 quests over here. And that's how you progress the end game loop, is doing the bosses, getting up to harder and harder monoliths until you finish the 390 monoliths up here. Once you finish the 390 monoliths, then you open empowered monoliths, which every single one of these monoliths of fate has a level 100 version. And that's like the super end game loop. And then each of the monoliths have special rewards that they can get. One of the monoliths has swords. Yes, it does. I've lost a level 89 character, and I've lost a level 79 character now playing hardcore in the past 5 days. Which is a big bummer. Oh no, where was I? Here we go. Thankfully, getting back to end game is easier, right? You've got more loot. You've got, you know, all that stuff.
We don't have much time. It then you will it, but Raya is the larger threat. If freeing Mortitus is what we must do, then we must be ready.
Yes? Farewell.
You know what? Oh, I do have some cold resist. Okay. I was a little worried there for a second. Thought maybe I didn't have enough cold resist. I probably don't have enough, but it'll be enough. I kill everything super fast. It'll all be fine. Actually, I have pretty decent hit points.
Stand down or die.
Yeah. Yeah, it's integrated in the game. So I can just Shift F, bring up my loot filters here. This is the one I was using earlier on my higher tier character. So you can come in here and you can select the affixes. You can select the rules. You can select all kinds of different conditions and stuff. So you can set up like class requirement and all kinds of stuff. So it only shows you certain things if you are playing on a certain class. So instead of having to make like multiple loot filters for each of your different builds and having to like swap around and stuff, you could just make one loot filter that says, okay, if I'm playing this class, like this is the stuff it's showing me. If I'm playing this class, this is the stuff it's playing. Stuff is showing me. Yeah, absolutely. And it's really, really detailed. I mean, you can get down to where you can say, you know, I want you to make any one-handed sword, even a specific one-handed sword, like a specific base type. Any of these one-handed swords that have 2 affixes that are at least tier 7, and those 2 affixes need to be, you know, one of these 4 affixes that I'm looking for, and then just recolor all those items pink. And they need to have at least 25 affix levels total. And so, I mean, it would only show you like one item per map, maybe, that color, because of how specific it is. But if you were really looking for some items to put on your legendaries, to craft legendaries for, then something like that might be valuable. So many options. It's also really easy to share. So I don't have to make the loot filters myself. In fact, I did not make this one. Right? You can add loot filters in here, and you can create them using a filter. You can open the folder, so you could like copy a folder file. I can't do that on GeForce Now, but you could do it on your computer. Or you could just paste the clipboard contents, and it'll create it within the game. And that's what I do. You go to paste bin. People copy paste their loot filters into paste bin, And then you just come over here and paste it from there. Or you can just create your new one right in here. I don't need either of those. All right. But there's a really good resource. Maxroll is a really good resource for builds and stuff. It's a website. You can go over there and they've got like a little build previewer thing. So you go in, you put what items you want, you put, what stats and stuff you're going with, what passives. They allow you to go through and fully customize all the skills and everything. And so you can go in there and look up builds and stuff that people have made. You can also copy your build from in-game straight over into Maxroll as well. I don't remember exactly how to do it. I'll have to look. But I think you can just connect your account, your in-game account, with your Maxroll account. And then you can just like port that thing over. And then people can see like straight up, this is the build you're playing. If I ever make it very far, like if I ever kill Uber Aberoth, I'll probably go ahead and make a build and then link it in my description. And like, okay, this is what I built or what I beat Uber Aberoth with. But yeah, lots of the content creators and stuff put their builds up and put their loot filters and stuff up and all that. I'm not quite good enough at this game to have valuable information to share. But we're getting there. I'm relearning a lot of the things that I had forgotten about this game from when I played it before.
I cannot do that.
Oh, I accidentally turned on that loot filter. Whoops. Oh, we're going through the campaign. We'll just go ahead and keep that turn. Get dookied on, dude. Oh my goodness. So dookied on. Well, that was unfortunate. Got critted. Got freaking critted. Yeah, I mean, you're brand new to the game, Drat. You better die already. So this is all of my characters that I've had so far since the season started. I think I deleted one of them, trying to get the name back, and it didn't work. So there should have been a character in here called Survival Hermit TV, but with no extra letters. And it died super early. It died in like level 8 or 9. Then I got a character to level 33, and it died. Then I died in 13. My next character was my best character, which I got to... This all happened on the first day. This character I played some of the first day, and then the whole second day. Got it to level 88. And this was the one that was ranked 251. I was the 251st person to get to level 88, which was cool. Out of tens of thousands. Then we had this character died right after. I actually had a bad series of characters. Right. When this character died, I was moving on. I actually was going to go back to Once Human when this character died, but I just couldn't focus. So I didn't stream for the rest of that day. And then I didn't stream the next day, and I played this character, and this character. Got all three of these characters died the next day. Or no, I got all three of these characters died that night. And then I started this character the next day and got it to 78. And that character died today. About 4 hours ago? 3 or 4 hours ago? And that's when I started this character, and it just died. Oh, sucks to suck, I guess. You can delete the character, but the name sticks around. It's like reserved for a while for you. Or something. I don't know. I can't create characters with the same names anymore. I appreciate that, Drat. And I'm still having a great time. I'm about to make a new character. I might not do it on stream. I might call the stream for today. Take myself a little break. My shoulder's getting a little tired. So we might watch a little TV and take our minds off of our failings. Yeah, make it look easy. I wish that were true. Gosh, I wish that were true. You'll see, Drat. You'll surpass my skill in no time. I watched the first season of The Wheel of Time. I started the second season, and I just didn't really like it. So I haven't watched any more of it. I don't know why. I like fantasy books more than sci-fi books, but I prefer sci-fi TV to fantasy TV. Right now, I'm rewatching Lethal Weapon, the TV series. I really liked Lethal Weapon. I like procedural cop shows or procedural detective shows, like Perception is a really good one about a schizophrenic professor who helps this detective solve crimes. Um, there's one about actually another professor. I guess I just really like professor detectives. I really like the Sherlock Holmes. I forget what it's called. Elementary. There you go. A Dark series. No, I've never seen the Dark series. I watched Dark Matter. There's a TV show called Dark Matter about a spaceship crew. I also really liked Firefly. I'm definitely one of those folks who's sad that Firefly only got one season. That was such a good TV show. But there's another TV series I like is Castle. Again, just a random person playing detective, solving crimes. I really like those shows. Really good. Yeah, the movie was good. I like that the movie cleared a lot of things up. I would have preferred to see all of that stuff happen in a longer form series content, though. Right? Like all of that stuff about them going out to where the Reavers were made and all that stuff, like super cool. But it would have been way better as like a whole season. They could have had, some more fights with the Reavers, some more interactions with people who had, been captured by the Reavers, more interaction with what's his face. Just all of it could have been way, way better. I would have loved to see more with the tech dude. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely look into Dark for sure. I would have loved to see more with the tech dude who sent out all the information and stuff. Who was living inside of that nebula cloud or whatever. Like that could have been a really cool little side plot with more stuff about him. What's Dark about, Naughty Zoot? My older brother says Black Mirror is great. And he says it's right up my alley. And he's told me to watch it like 8 times. And I have never actually done it. If he's watching the stream right now, I'm sure he's shaking his head at me. But yeah, I've totally supposed to have watched that. Never have. So sad. I actually think I might remake the Hammerden as a Forge Guard. Let's actually go back in. I want to look at some stuff here. while we're talking about TV shows and shit, and since I'm just sitting here, let's family saga with a supernatural twist set in Germantown, where the disappearance of 2 young children exposes the relationship among 4 families. Well, that sounds ominous. Is there anything so this skill right here, Forge Strike, summons weapons back with you. So what I'm trying to figure out is if there's any way that I could summon these weapons using hammer throw or trigger hammer throw with these weapons. I started 3-Body Problem. I could not get into it. The show honestly kind of pissed me off. I don't know why. I felt like it didn't want to get to the goddamn point. It spent like 3 episodes trying to explain to you the introduction of each of the characters. Like, just introduce the characters, tell me what the plot future is going to look like. Episode 1. I don't need 3 episodes of obscure snippets of random people's freaking lives before you tell me even what the story is going to look like in the future. Let me know what's going to be happening. I want to be able to look forward to something. I can't look forward to anything if all you're giving me is random, out-of-context flashbacks. Holy crap. It made me so mad. Let's go in here and let's look at Forged. Okay, doesn't look like anything in there. We're going to go look at the database. Last Epoch items. Let's look up all items that have anything to do with hammer throw. You know, again, I started Silo, but it felt like it was a little too obscure. Like it was trying too hard to make you not understand what was going on. Okay, so there are no hammer throw uniques. Okay. Yeah, if it's super obscure and it's just intentionally trying to confuse you, I'm not happy. A little bit of mystery is fine. Like, so I don't need to know what the solution to the 3-body problem is, right? I don't need to know how it's going to end, but I at least need to understand what it is we're building towards. And I think that's why I like procedural detective shows so much, is that they're very much like, there was a crime, and we're trying to solve this crime. And this is the path that we're taking to solve this crime, and as we go down this path, here are the steps. I like that. But with stuff like the 3-body problem, it's like the first couple of episodes with them intentionally trying to obscure what the ultimate goal of this series was even going to be. I didn't like that. Black Mirror Bandersnatch. Interesting. This is interesting. This skill gives you a chance to summon a forged weapon when you're hit. And then gives increased fire damage. That's pretty interesting. That's interesting. I probably won't look into that because it doesn't really sound like my cup of tea. Astronaut. Okay, well, I've got some things to think about, I think. Let's go over here and let's see if there's anything. This is Manifest Armor. Forged Weapon Melee Physical Damage. Is there anything for Hammer Throw in here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. All right. Well, I got some things to think about. We're going to see if we can't get a better character concept going on. I'll probably try and get it through the campaign and stuff tonight, and hopefully we'll be in a good position by the time we get streaming tomorrow morning. So, I mean, all the prizes seem like they're still up for grabs, so I'm going to keep making characters, and I'm going to keep trying until there's no hope left. And I might still keep trying anyway. So, yeah, thanks everybody for being here today. Tons of activity in the chat. We had tons of viewership today. It was actually a really great stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope you all had a lot of fun. So, yeah, thanks everybody. I hope you all have a great evening, and I will see you all for the next one tomorrow.